Councilors, please take your seats. I'd like to call to order the June 21st, 2018 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. Please note that tonight's meeting is recorded and broadcast on Channel 18, and that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make their presence known. Seeing none, please silence your devices. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call?
Councilors Beeden-Bender,
Here.
Crocker,
Here.
Cullum,
Here.
Dagwan, Flores,
Here.
Rapgrassetti,
Present.
Hebert,
Present.
Levesque,
Here.
Neary,
Here.
Schnepp,
Here.
Steinhilber,
Here.
Tinsley, Wallace.
Here.
That's 12.
Thank you very much. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, this is the time for public comment, so if anyone wishes to speak, please come forward, sign in, state your name, and please limit your time to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tina Carey. I'm a resident of Centerville, and I own a business in Hyannis in the Business Improvement District.
And I'm Michelle Mangala. I also own business on Main Street and 2 property on Main Street in Hyannis.
You know I've been here several times about the Hyannis Business Improvement District. You know my story. I opted out, and so did Michelle in 1999. We've been begging for justice and fairness for the last 5 years, and all we've gotten is delays, denies, and being ignored. So we have exhausted everything we can possibly do. So we have filed a lawsuit today against the town and the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District, and we're going to present that to Ann Quirk. Yes. Did you take that out of there? Oh, it is, okay. And the sheriff will be around tomorrow to serve you properly with a written notice. And we just wanted to let you know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, my name is Joanne Uckman, and I am a resident of Centerville and a member of the Centerville Concerned Citizens. As you may know, we have been working for over 3 months to stop the antenna tower at the South Congregational Church in Centerville. Having been unsuccessful in our conversations with the church, we sought the legal counsel of attorney Paul Revere III. On April 23rd, Mr. Revere sent a letter to the town's building commissioner requesting that he revoke the permit that was issued for this tower. It was received and timestamped on April 23rd. By statute, a response to Mr. Revere's letter should have been made within 14 days. Today marks the 59th day. We finally heard from the town today through our attorney, telling us it could take at least another week for their response. The amount of time taken to respond to this issue is unacceptable. Our lawyer presented a strong legal case requesting the town of Barnstable revoke the building permit for the installation of the tower. Our lawyer's primary argument against permit number B173080 is that wireless antennas and equipment are not an authorized use for the Congregational Church property under the implementing regulations of the Centerville District of Critical Planning Concern that were approved by the Cape Cod Commission. A matter of this importance should not have taken 46 days to land in the office of the town attorney. We feel confident the document is now in the proper hands, and we hope to work with the town in the coming days. We know this issue is a public matter that could take place in any precinct. We need to pay close attention to what is happening on Main Street in Centerville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Kathy Duran, and I represent a group of residents on Duns Pond Road that continue to have dire concerns about the MOU presented to the school committee regarding the use of the athletic fields at Barnstable High as a site for leaching of effluent discharge from the Hyannis Septic Treatment Plant. At the last town council, we spoke about flooding at the end of the road, how many residents that abut the fields are using sub pumps 24/7, and we also spoke about the fragile ecosystem of Duns Pond. I have since contacted the Mass Department of Fisheries and Wildlife and have the most recent report of Duns Pond Road, which was taken in 2001, which I have copies, which I'll distribute at the end. On the data reported back in 2001, 17 years ago, Duns Pond was already considered an impacted pond for chlorophyll. It was 19 UGs per liter when the impacted is considered at 1.7. It was also considered impacted for total nitrogen. It was 1.76 when impacted is anything greater than 0.31, and it was the highest level measured for Barnstable ponds. It was also measured for total phosphorus, which was 205.64 UGs per liter. Impacted is considered greater than 10. That's in 2001. So based on this data, Duns Pond appears to be one of the most impacted, eutrophic, and nutrient-impacted ponds in the town of Barnstable. That's based on 2001 data. And Steve Hurley, who's well-known in the field, was kind enough to send me the report today to give to you, and to send me that message to send along, and to just say that it needs to be tested again before it's even considered as a site, before we even go through all the money that it's going to take and all the other steps. Let's just do a first. He said I should turn to the town for that. And I appreciate that the last time the fire department went right down to the end of the street and saw the hydrant under the water, so thank you so much. And I would like to know if anything else came of that. If he made any, did the fire chief make any recommendations? That's what the neighbors wanted to know. To look elsewhere for the leaching of the effluent discharge. And in closing, both Mr. Hebert and Ms. Dagwan made recommendations at the last meeting to look for alternate sites after going down to the end of Duns Pond Road. They didn't think it was a great place for the effluent discharge treatment. So I just want to know what progress had been made. When you respond, if you can address that. And also, the residents wanted to know if it's a requirement of the town to notify the abutters of the initial MOU and of any changes here too. I'm just the deliverer. Thank you very much.
You can hand that to the town clerk.
I will, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Janet Davis. I'm a resident of Centerville, and I'm the co-chair of the Centerville Concerned Citizens. And while stopping the tower at the Congregational Church is our top priority, we also wanted to address the rollout of 5G that is going to be coming to Barnstable within this year of 2018. And you may have all received an email from one of our members this morning giving you a 5G packet that someone was nice enough to share with our organization. So we have many concerns with this new technology. Experts can't exactly explain what 5G technology is. With it being a millimeter wave technology, what that means for us is that it doesn't travel well. It's not like a cell phone tower where you have one large tower and it will go a mile or 2 miles. This is very short distance technology, and that means that they're going to be installing it on the top of telephone poles in our communities, on our residential streets. Their estimate is 1 for every 12 homes. But that is a very conservative estimate. And let's see, these cylinder-shaped antennas will begin to pop up on residential roads if we do not put an end or put out regulations in place to have jurisdiction over utility pole attachments. As a community, we need to determine what this new technology means to our town. Is it something that will we be getting something from 5G that we can't already be getting through 4G? If it is one of the, sorry, my notes. I'm just putting this together because it's so important, the 5G. We have to be ready. And I've just lost my place. I'm sorry. One of the things they're saying that we will be able to achieve with 5G is the ability for driverless cars and also more virtual reality options. And we have to ask ourselves, is that something that's worth the risk to the environment, to the health of our human, the residents, the citizens of Barnstable, and also the infrastructure, because our aging telephone poles will be expected to carry the weight of these cylinder antennas. Another concern is property values. In some states, residents have petitioned for reassessment of property values and received a lower value due to the proximity to towers and these small cell antennas. One study in the publication Land Economics found that these home values will diminish by an average of 7.5% if they were within 4,500 feet of any newly constructed tower. This will result in millions of lost tax revenues for towns. Aside from the, I know what the problem is, my glasses, oh my goodness. Aside from the financial burdens this technology rollout will cause, isn't that silly? I'm thinking, well, I wrote this, why can't I read it? Aside from the financial burdens this technology rollout will cause, we need to ask ourselves, is 5G worth the risks to the citizens of Barnstable who will be exposed to constant pulsating radiation from these small-celled 5G antennas?
About 30 seconds.
Thank you. Do residents want to see these antennas dotting their streets atop telephone poles? Our answer is no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see that there's a recording being made in the back of the room. Could you please state your name? Diane Cavanda. And are you with an organization? Just an individual? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. Chris Clark from West Barnstable. And first, thank you for your service to our town. As a member of the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee since its inception in 2005, I had hoped that we have been faithful to our charge and that our committee inputs were valued, contributing to the high quality of life in the town of Barnstable. We recently reviewed the town's open space and recreation plan, spending hours on its review and suggesting many meaningful edits. I have shared my suggested changes to the town staff as a volunteer after the consultant's contribution had several mistakes in that planning document for our town. Residents like us can contribute that Barnstable no longer has a Veterans Field. It is now a parking lot at Veterans Park Beach. And that was listed in the draft 2018 Open Space and Recreation Plan. We've also regularly reviewed conservation restrictions, making recommendations to you, our town council. We haven't been rubber stampers of the proposals that have come before our committee, and I feel that this process has provided a meaningful evaluation for our town. Members of the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee have spearheaded walking weekends in the spring and fall to showcase our paths through our town's open spaces. We've also contacted town staff and worked with AmeriCorps Cape Cod to maintain those trails when they needed attention. We have been able to promote these open spaces as volunteer citizens in a way that town staff cannot advocate. We acted on an important element of the 2010 Open Space and Recreation Plan, making recommendations of parcels for acquisition as they relate to municipal water supplies in our water districts after visiting each of our town's water districts. Finally, in accordance with our charge, a member of our committee has served as the town's representative on the Santuit Preserve Management Committee. Over the past 5 years, Phyllis Miller of Cotuit has served faithfully in that role, working to keep Barnstable in compliance with the land management agreement for Santuit Pond Preserve that was signed in 2003 by the then Barnstable Assistant Town Manager, Joellen Daly. It spells out our obligations with this joint ownership of open space with the town of Mashpee. Our current town manager has been very receptive to Phyllis's input, bringing us closer to compliance with this joint obligation with Mashpee. I took time to update the composition of the community preservation committees for all Cape towns that had originally been done in 2011. I'll pass this to the town clerk. 9 out of the 15 towns have a representative from their open space committee. I support renaming the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee to the Open Space Committee and continuing our mission to contribute to Barnstable's quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Farley Lewis. I live in Hyannisport. I am also a member of the LAPC and have served on this board, on this committee for the last several years. I come to you this evening to echo some of what Chris has already said, but I would like to see the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee continue its mission in under a new title of the Open Space Committee. I would say that the research for the town websites of Cape Cod show that 11 out of 15 towns have open space committees or the like for the distinct purpose of identifying, prioritizing, and maintaining open space. Barnstable would become an outlier if we no longer had a committee supporting open space in the town. An open space committee member should also be part of the CPC, as the goal of CPC is a balanced focus on historic preservation, community housing, recreation, and open space. I hope the council will join me in consideration of an open space committee for the town of Barnstable. Our future depends on all the benefits that come from open space, most especially the quality and quantity of our municipal water supply. As a final thought tonight, as you consider the fate of several other committees, what is the real cost to the town to support these committees as opposed to paying employees to do work already being done gratis by citizens with innate knowledge of the town? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm going to leave my glasses on, and we all have found out why. I'm Ann Kennedy. I'm a former town councilor and a resident of Barnstable Village, Precinct 1. And I am also here as the chair of the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, LAPC. And I'm here to plea for its continued existence. I have become aware recently that County Commissioner Ron Beatty is tweeting out that the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee should be dissolved and that he was going to make sure that that happened. And I hope that that's not what this is about. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm hoping that there's no influence here because I don't know what he's doing in town politics. But I hope that you've gotten all the material that I sent out earlier today. Chris has outlined quite a bit of what I was going to say. Those of you that served with me are very familiar with my position on the town's organizational chart, and I feel very strongly about it, that the citizens of the town of Barnstable are at the top. They elect you all as town council. You appoint a town manager. The town manager hires the staff. So the tier, you know, the people are at the top, the staff are farther down. They're very valuable. We honor them. But we think that the LAPC is a complement to, a supplement. In addition to staff, we're volunteers. We're unpaid. We're enthusiastic. We're knowledgeable. We're in it for all the right reasons. So I think that we're also a good checks and balances. Sometimes we can even irritate staff, and that's not a bad thing, actually. But I don't think that any staff member can replace a community citizens group. Our group, as I said, is enthusiastic, talented. Every single one of our committee members brings something different to the table. And we've gotten an awful lot done. And I invite any of you to look at any of the videos of our committees to see how active and engaged and how much we have gotten done over the past couple years. So I'd like you to reconsider the repeal of this committee, and if you still feel that it should be reorganized, then I do echo the thoughts of my colleagues and suggest an open space committee with some input into the CPC as other towns have done. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Allison Alessi. I'm the chair of the Barnstable Renewable Energy Commission, back again. The mission of our commission is to promote energy conservation, energy efficiency, and the development of renewable energy, and explore other ways to reduce carbon emissions among the town's residents, businesses, and in municipal affairs. We're an active committee that meets monthly, and we hope to continue to be a resource for the community. We feel like we still have a role to play in initiating conversations and dialogues around energy efficiency opportunities. The committee is currently focused on the Green Communities Act. The main advantage of this to the town is access to state grants for clean, affordable, resilient energy projects in the range of $250,000 minimum for the first year alone. These funds would be used to fund municipal energy efficiency projects. To support this movement, we recently acquired a grant for $7,500 from the Cape Light Compact to complete an energy baseline for the some 300 buildings that the town currently owns. The Cape Light Compact will be completing this work that was started by our energy coordinator a year ago, since no work has happened since that position was eliminated. Previously, when the commission did work with an energy coordinator, we've helped to support developing one of the most robust networks of charging stations in the state. We've supported town-owned electrical vehicles, LED streetlights, and large solar arrays that have generated millions of dollars for the town. We would like to continue collaborating with all the other Cape Cod energy committees in all 15 towns and the Cape Light Compact. Our volunteer committee has tremendous experience and expertise in green energy fields, as well as contacts and insights and resources that we think can help the town. We would like to continue to be a resource for citizens for the town of Barnstable and continue to promote energy conservation. And in less than about 48 hours, we learned that our committee may be kind of combined with some DPW committee. We don't know anything about that. Maybe combined with some water committee. We weren't consulted. We know nothing about what's going on. And I continue to be concerned that it's diluting the mission of our committee. Like, who in our town is pursuing renewable energy and energy efficiency? I've been on this committee for 8 years. I work full-time. I'm self-employed. I have 2 young kids. I have plenty of other stuff I could be doing, but this is important to me, and I can't think of a more important issue for a town in 2018 that's on a coastline. I'm just so discouraged that our town has dissimilar priorities than me.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, councilors. My name is Gordon Starr. I'm on the Renewable Energy Commission. So I was very surprised by the proposal to disband our committee. I think we're doing great work. We've got volunteers that are dedicated, and it seemed to come out of nowhere. So I hope tonight isn't the end of the process. I mean, this proposal has come through the Appointments Committee. Most of you don't sit on the Appointments Committee. Most of you have not been involved in the debates that have gotten it this far. So I think tonight is your chance to do that. So I expect everybody here to have a long, thoughtful discussion when this comes up. Is this the right thing to do? Do we need Renewable Energy Commission in this town? What would it look like? What should its mission be? So tonight is your night. If you haven't been involved, ask questions. What's the rationale? How did we get here? And I think the committee is a strong committee and should keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, friends. John Julius from Hyannis, and tonight I stand before you as both a private resident, John Julius, and also a proud member of what's coming out very soon. We're rolling out the GHTPA, Greater Hyannis Taxpayer Association. And in the future, I will be here speaking on behalf of taxpayers and certainly in both capacities. Tonight, though, I'm here for a different reason. Tonight, I'm here to talk about nonprofits and how the nonprofits rolling into Barnstable and especially Hyannis are killing us. I don't think many people in this room know that Sturgis last week just bought the building across from Columbo's, the Wings building. There's another property coming off of our tax rolls, which means the people's taxes in Hyannis and around Barnstable are going to continue going up. And when you go into Alberto's or the Roadhouse or anywhere else, the plates of food are going to continue to rise. We have to stop the nonprofit business here. And I have a plan. We're going to work on one. But in light of the fact here, I had the opportunity to speak with the good folks up there in Cambridge. Why do I mention Cambridge? Because Cambridge has about $34 billion worth of taxable real estate, and Cambridge has about $21 billion in non-taxable government, nonprofits. Barnstable, let me give you our numbers. Barnstable here in town, all of us in this room, we have $3.1 billion in taxable properties. In the whole town of Barnstable, we have $1.2 billion of government exempt, or I should say, some of it's private, but non-exempt. They don't pay taxes, $1.2 billion. And here we are, we have $3.1 billion. So, you know, it's incredible. Almost 25% of the properties in Barnstable are nonprofits, and they don't pay taxes. Let me tell you what the city of Cambridge did in 2012. They passed an ordinance, and that's an ordinance we're going to be coming back on behalf of the Taxpayer Association to come and present it to you. The city of Cambridge, and I'll also enlighten everybody, Boston did it as well. They have a mandatory pilot. This business where we go around asking nicely to the hospital and the other, I'm talking about the private nonprofit agencies. Folks, I don't have to tell you. We have people coming down here and they're getting you know, we have the police pulling people over and Hyannis Fire and Rescue. Everything happens in Hyannis, and yet, you know, everybody uses the Cape Cod Hospital. People from all the other parts of town, they use the hospital. They all use the high school. Hyannis is where most of the nonprofits are situated, and every time a nonprofit goes, the restaurant owner's taxes go up. He's going to charge more. The rental properties. I've sold a 4-family recently, and when the nonprofits come in, those rents go up. We're all crying, hey, my kids on the Cape, they want to live here. They can't find a place. Please, I'm imploring you that when we come back, we're going to need your help. The last thing, if I could, very briefly, I know I might be a little over time here.
30 seconds.
The median income, just so everybody knows, these are numbers from the census. I didn't make them up. These are numbers from the census. Town of Barnstable median income for a family of 3 is $63,549. Yarmouth, median income for a family of 3, $59,630. You know what it is in Hyannis? $43,052. That's a little above poverty. So folks, you know something? We all need to work together, but the people in Hyannis need help with the nonprofits. Once again, thank you. Please, anybody out there, join GHTPA, that's Greater Hyannis Taxpayer Association. And we're going to come here time and time, meeting after meeting, and we're going to hope to work with all of you. We want to find some solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
That's a tough act to follow. Good evening, councilors. My name is Wendy Paquette. I live in Hyannis. I am currently, for 9 more days, a member of the Sandy Neck Board. As some of you are aware, 3 of the members of that board were up for reappointment. At the public meeting of the Sandy Neck Board on May 14th, 1 day prior to the deadline, we signed the form that we wish to be reappointed, and it was duly noted and is on video.
For whatever reason, it did not get to the town council's office by the 15th, and contrary to the comment in the article in today's Cape Cod Times, we were not going to just slip it under the door, as it needed to be documented that it had been received. Due to these circumstances, I feel Tom O'Neill, Rich French, and myself were wronged as we filled out the document by the deadline in good faith. Fortunately, Tom O'Neill was reappointed, Rich and myself were not. I feel this is a slap in the face to Mr. French. He has served on that board for almost 12 years, is a truly dedicated person to the board, to the well-being and future of Sandy Neck, and to the town of Barnstable. It is unfortunate that neither of our liaisons could even attend the June meeting to thank him for his many years of service. On the other hand, I am a newbie. I was appointed in October 2016, taken over midterm when a member stepped down. I have only served 21 months, not even a full term. Now, regarding the article in Cape Cod Times today, I personally take huge offense to Councilor Wallace's comment, quote, "There's fresh blood coming into the Sandy Neck board, and that's not necessarily a bad thing," end quote. I don't consider myself stale blood or old blood or whatever he is implying. After attending the meeting as a public citizen for many years, I was finally in a personal position to apply for a position on that board. I feel the entire reappointment process has issues. I believe there were only over 30 applicants for various boards, and yet there was only one meeting for interviews, and there were only 10 applicants at that meeting. When did the others have their interviews? I don't feel it was right that I could not have an in-person interview. I could not make the meeting on June 6th, but instead I was given an appointment on June 20th, which was then canceled. I was told it was either the 6th or a letter could be submitted. I raised my 3 daughters in the town of Barnstable, and one thing I always taught them was that winning or losing does not matter. It's giving it your best at what you're doing. Am I upset that I lost? Yes, but only because of the way I lost, not because I lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, council members. My name is Bill Sombrello. I'm from Osterville. And, you know, we're living in some pretty tough times right now where the water we drink and the air we breathe and the food we eat is all under attack in some form or another. And I find it very disturbing, given the direction that the country is heading in right now, that we would even consider dismantling or in any way diminishing the importance of our recycling commission. The Renewable Energy Commission needs to be stronger than ever right now, not diminished in any way. We were fortunate enough now, this area got some national and international attention because we got the Vineyard Wind Project. So let's build on that. Let's do the right thing here and be a beacon of light here to show other communities in the Commonwealth and around the country what it means to stand for the right thing. And I think that's what we all need to do. We need to do what's right, not just for today, not for the buck we have in our hand today, but the future of our country and the economies and sustainability that's required for us to move forward. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, councilors. I'm also on the Sandy Neck board. My name is Bill Carey, and I won't repeat what Wendy had to say, but I do think that she very eloquently stated what I was trying to impress upon you too as well. So I sent a email out to a couple of our council liaisons, and one of them did respond, so thank you. And I wanted to add a little more to what was said, and I'll use part of my email that I sent to both of them since I don't want to repeat what was said earlier. The Sandy Neck Board has an interesting mix of members representing in some ways competing interests such as conservation issues, Sandy Neck cottage owners, ORV, which is over-the-road vehicle, and you have your beach walkers, your bird watchers, to education and scientific user groups. So it's quite a diversified group. There is a camaraderie among the present board members who hold respect for each other's viewpoints. Decisions and solutions are proposed by the Sandy Neck board members that fairly represent the will of the group to help govern and protect Sandy Neck. As I know you would both agree, and this is to the two counselors, Rich French is a dedicated, passionate member of the board who had retired from his former employment over a decade ago, and shortly thereafter replaced his former employment with a full-time job promoting Sandy Neck as his capacity as a board member. Rich French has been elected by a board of his peers in the chairman's position uninterrupted continuously for over a decade, since I believe 2006. I know of no one who is more dedicated than Rich French when it comes to supporting and finding a balance of the core values of what Sandy Neck means to all of us. Wendy Pequet, who is just here speaking before me, is one of our newest additions to the Sandy Neck board. However, before she became a board member, she had been regularly attending all of the monthly board meetings for longer than a decade. Wendy's main interest in Sandy Neck is one of the user groups representing the interests of the ORV, over-the-road vehicles, and campers who use Sandy Neck. Their group has done much toward maintenance of the beach, such as beach cleanups and lobbying to protect the personal interests for use of the beach. Because of an error has been made, perhaps it was clerical, with the reappointments of Rich French and Wendy Pequet, through no fault of theirs, could you please address my concerns and reverse the direction of the Appointments Committee, and to instead reappoint Rich French and Wendy Pequet to the Sandy Neck board? We need to show fairness in the appointments process and to the present members affected who have given so much commitment to this committee and to their community. I hope you are bothered, as I am, by what has happened in the appointment process. I also hope that you do not somehow rationalize this and accept what has happened. Remember, the two wrongs don't make a right. The first wrong was made in the appointments process.
30 seconds.
And the second wrong would be ratifying the decision of the Appointments Committee. So I'm hoping somehow you can wind the clock back and maybe bring it back to the Appointments Committee and do a proper vetting process where maybe more people would be involved in that whole process, and we could stand up and defend our fellow members. And we really have a very good committee, and I understand why so many people want to be on this committee, and I'm not putting down in any way those new people that have been appointed that maybe you're going to be ratifying, because I think they're very fine people, but this is not right, what has happened. And
Thank you.
So I hope you take a second look. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Joyce Flynn. If I don't look familiar, it's because I'm 6 miles west of home. I live in Yarmouth, where I'm the chair of the Yarmouth Energy Committee. And I wanted to say two things in opposite directions. One is that the Yarmouth Energy Committee has always admired all the energy work that's been done in Barnstable. You guys got grants early. You were on the ground floor for EV parking. You have amazing solar installations. And we've sort of aspired to be working for energy in Barnstable. But at the same time, I have to say, if you are willing to dilute or discontinue the human energy that is your Barnstable Renewable Energy Commission, I would like to give you a big thank you from the Town of Yarmouth Energy Committee, because we're going to be applying for all sorts of installation grants, renewable grants, energy efficiency grants, and we're starting to take a good look at big-time energy storage. So it'd be more fun if it was a team sport, but thank you if you're going to do this crazy.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
My name is Susan Truitt, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Some of you know I work for a lot of different organizations around town and candidates, but this is just my own personal opinion. And I don't purport to be an expert on renewable energy. But the council could not have chosen a more unsuitable time to devalue the Renewable Energy Commission. The town of Barnstable is facing a substantial challenge in many ways when it comes to repairing the damage that many citizens have done to the Cape Cod environment. And now we face a world-class renewable energy opportunity and challenge, Vineyard Wind. You are all aware of the ups and downs of planning and approving a massive project like this. Why put the Renewable Energy Commission in a straitjacket? Talk to the men and women who've spent hours and hours over years and years working in this arena. Expand their mission. Ann Kennedy said it almost perfectly, that people should be a major component of facing the challenges. You have to do the right thing on Vineyard Wind. Why would you dilute a group that could be expanded and effective in helping you communicate and be transparent? Do the right thing.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Meg Lochran. I'm from West Barnstable. I just have some questions that could be answered, I guess, during your response to public comment, and I guess it would be directed to Councilor Grissetti, because you're the chairman of the Appointments Committee, correct?
You can just direct the questions to the council, and they can choose to respond or not.
Okay. Well, my question is, are all the new appointees to Sandy Neck Board, did they all apply, number one? And number two, were they all interviewed, those that were appointed? So if you could just answer that at some point, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, I'm John Boyle from the town of Centerville. I'd like to speak to you tonight in favor of retaining the Renewable Energy Committee in the format that it's currently in. Speaking both as a citizen of the town and as an observer of the committee. I've been observing the Renewable Energy Commission meetings since February. And I'm a relatively newbie in Centerville, or in Barnstable. I moved here from Canton last summer. Been a summer resident 37 years, married a Cape Codder, so I guess I'm now a proud Washershore. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the committee and what I feel its future should be. I speak both as a registered professional mechanical engineer with 40 some odd years of experience in power generation, as well as a past member of the Town of Canton Energy Committee. I believe that the primary role of town committees is to act as a resource for the town. They may have expertise that the town does not have, and I feel that the Energy Committee certainly is one of those. I should also mention I'm an applicant as a member to the committee, but as of yet have not gone through the process. But I believe that what I had learned as a member of the committee in Canton is that what's most important is that you work as a team. We as a committee there had identified potential energy improvements and funds that were available from the state, and the town committee worked together with the town administrator, the manager of buildings, as well as the Board of Selectmen, and received the funding as available from the state, then helped administer that contract. But the key issue there was it was a team effort. It wasn't the committee, and it wasn't the town. It was using expertise from both portions. I think that the committee, having been sitting in on the Renewable Energy Committee, I see Britt Biedenberger as a great liaison, but I haven't seen any other representation from the town. And I know that as Allison mentioned, Green Communities is a very important initiative that they're looking at. And I feel if given the opportunity to discuss it with the town, that the town would see some value in that. $250,000 is not an amount of money to be sneezed at. I think that I could tell you the many things I've seen good about the committee, but I think it's, in summary, I see it as a committee of very active members, both professional and well-informed non-professionals, which is a well-balanced committee. And I think it would be very helpful to the town to maintain that committee. I hope tonight you'll reconsider what do you call it? Excuse me, I'm new here, so I'm trying to figure out the different committees. But the Applications Committee had basically recommended that the committee be
Got about 30 seconds.
Okay, be removed. And my feeling is that the committee itself adds a lot of expertise to the town, and it would be a false efficiency to try and combine this committee with other committees, seeing how the expertise on the committee would be watered down and presumably not somewhat, it would not be the same committee as it is today. I urge you to continue to maintain the committee as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there any council response to public comment? Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I ever wanted to take a night off from being on council, tonight would have been a good night. So there's just so many issues that it's very, very hard to address, but I can't let some of it pass. Mr. John Julius, I appreciate his comments. It's unfortunate he usually doesn't stay around for any kind of, to hear us back. So, but I'm sure we'll be hearing much more from him. But I hope that Mr. Julius and the group that he's put together remembers that when he was growing up, the public education system paid for his education. He was availed of the benefits of libraries, all the government buildings that served his needs, his DPW, his town management was always paid for by the taxpayers. Community hospitals and public services cared for all of his needs, his social needs, as well as his physical and mental needs. So my question to Mr. Julius, or my comment back to him, please include in your analysis when you come back to talk to us how you plan to replace the $1.3 billion that nonprofits bring to Cape Cod and to the islands. And since he mentions that most of it seems to be in Hyannis, it would seem to me that Hyannis benefits mostly from the $1.3 billion in economic development, salaries, and investments that are brought to our area as a result of the nonprofits. I'm not here to just advocate for nonprofits, and I was one of the first of the nonprofits who said we should look at how we can give some tax relief to the fire department, the police department, for the services that they provide. But the feeling has been that the citizens who support and the charities and the foundations that support the nonprofits are already doing that. And so their response to that is we choose not to go with the pilot program. But I think we can work something out. I think it has to be reasonable for everyone. So then on the renewable energy, I think that a lot of very, very good points were made, and there'll be more discussion going on about that as the evening goes on. So, and I would also say that, Mr. Cabrello, I could not agree with you more about our need for energy conservation, for the air, for the water, and for the food. We have many problems, and I think we have to address it. And the more that we have public input into that, the better job we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Cullum?
Yes, thank you everyone for coming out. I'm going to start by saying that
I also believe what former Councilor Ann Kennedy said, and have always believed that the truth, which is that at the very top of the pyramid are the people in the town of Barnstable, and they elect us, and it's at their whim that we serve, and it's our job to execute what they wish. And so that said, I'd like to address the Greater Hyannis Taxpayer Association and say that I'm happy that at the last Homelessness Committee meeting, we had some faces from that organization show up and learn about the course that Hyannis is taking, the course that the counselors are taking that are on that board. And hopefully it dispelled some of the conspiracy theories that I feel are part of that organization. And I'm hoping that we can have a more open dialogue and a more inclusive one moving forward, where we work from one page of truth, where we sit down and we discuss what's actually happening versus what's an emotional response to what seems to be happening. And the problem is, and always has been, that Hyannis is no longer the quaint little village that it was. That's because we're growing. We're like, I always make the illusion that we're like a growing boy who wants to go to Easter church service, but his clothes don't fit. And so we have to go out and we have to buy new clothes for this growing child who's no longer a baby. And it's uncomfortable, and we're trying to define who we are moving forward. And there's a place for everyone at the table. The crucial thing that I've been working on with all of the counselors on the dais is to make Hyannis drive its own bus. Drive the bus, not be a passenger on the bus of the future, but be part of the determining the destination of where that bus is. And that means that we have counselors from Osterville and counselors from Centerville serving on boards that gives them an opportunity to show their respect for Hyannis, how much they care about Hyannis, how much they recognize the fact that Hyannis is the economic engine. And it's important to me that the Greater Hyannis Taxpayer Association know that there is no plan to trash Hyannis. In fact, this council has been more active and more proactive in making Hyannis a top priority than any council I've served with in the 8 years I've been on. And so I just want to make that abundantly clear. I'm looking forward to open dialogue, honest dialogue, and one truth. Now, with regard to the committees, to me, it would be the greatest shame to squelch any of the spirit in this room, any of the people that care about Barnstable, by diluting committees. And if we did this and no one showed up, okay, maybe it wasn't an important committee. But we have people who are experts, as John Boyle mentioned. We have people who don't care really if they're not on the board. They just would like to be played with fairly. That's all. And they have time and they have energy and they have love for this town. And I just, honestly, I can't abide turning them away. So thank you very much for coming, everybody. I appreciate it. It's actually a real breath of fresh air. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Bienbender?
Hi, I'm going to pick up on what Councilor Cullum just said. I will contain the majority of my comments to when we have the discussion about the committees, but I just want to say to all of you who came up from your respective committees, your concerns for maintaining those committees, thank you. Thank you to all of you who serve on committees, because you do play an incredibly important role. And as Ann Kennedy pointed out, you are at the top. You direct what should be the priorities for the town. So thank you for coming here and expressing your concerns. And I, too, also have a number of concerns with how this whole thing went down. So I will make all those comments when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you. I'm going to sound like an echo chamber, but again, I want to just say how proud I am for the passion that has been displayed in this room tonight, not only for the committees that are concerned about their livelihood, but also for the citizens that are concerned about the technology that, that we're confronting in the future, some of the things that we're having to deal with terms of flooding in their neighborhoods. And I know we try to be as attentive as possible, and some of the answers aren't going to come from us here today, but we hope to make sure that we'll direct the staff to get back with you if appropriate. So again, our conversation is going to continue throughout this meeting, and some of you may want to stay the distance. Otherwise, check on us from home on the TV. Thank you for coming.
Councilor Rapkossetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you again, everybody, for coming out. I'd like to address Ms. Duran's comment. I don't know if she's still here. After last meeting, it was very late. I think it was in the morning that I received an email from Fire Chief Peter Burke, And they did go down. He did dispatch someone to your area to look at the submerged hydrant in that area. And he assured me that there was another one in proximity, so the fire safety issue was low. However, he also was going to contact the Hyannis Water Department, which is got the pumps and is responsible for that area. And I believe his name is Hans Kaiser, who's the head of the water department. I'm afraid I did not follow up any further than that. So you might want to speak to your counselor directly. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for coming this evening and giving their opinion in terms of not only the various committees, but also the various appointments that either did take place, were recommended, or have not taken place. When I ran for town councilor, I always espoused that every vote that I would take would be reflected in integrity and transparency. And as we move this discussion forward this evening, I think it's imperative upon us as town councilors to be sure that we do a better job vetting the process, if you will. Whether it's creating committees or eliminating committees, there needs to be more input, there needs to be more discussion, and towards that end, I think you'll probably be hearing more of that tonight. I think in addition, when it comes to who was appointed and who wasn't appointed and what committee was being eliminated, that's a whole other process that I also believe needs more transparency as we move forward as a council. So I look forward to the discussion and the debate as to whether we maintain the status quo, whether or not we change what is now currently the status quo, so that at the end of the day, at the end of the night, all of you as citizens, all of us as citizens of the town of Barnstable feel that what we have done, what we have voted, is in the best interest, if you will, of all of the citizenry of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I just want to take a moment to address process, because there does seem to be a misunderstanding around the appointments process. And it's been reiterated in multiple mediums, but we'll do it again here tonight. Reappointments are not automatic. Reappointments are vetted by the Appointments Committee for recommendation and then ratified by the full council. The deadline of May 15th was put out by leadership, and it was communicated to committees back in April that if anyone had members, the members that were up for terms expiring June 30th, they wish to be considered for reappointment, to please have that paperwork in by May 15th into the town council office. Reason for that deadline is if there isn't a deadline, forms don't get returned. And also looking at the calendar, with June 30th coming, you know, we have a first and a second read. We have 2 meetings in June. So the May 15th deadline gave enough time in the calendar for the Appointments Committee to do the due diligence, review the applications, review possible reappointments, and then make the recommendations. We gave our first read in June, and we're having the second read tonight. So that is the process around appointments. They are not automatic. And the ones that missed the May 15th deadline, there were a few dozen spread over several committees. And those that wish to still be considered were given the opportunity to submit an application. Also, in the interest of transparency and being open, when that communique went out in April, after the 15th, they were told that those positions on all committees would be posted as vacant. We have a lot of people in town that wish to get involved, so we want to give people an opportunity. So, but the ones that did miss the deadline for whatever reason, and there was a variety of reasons spread over several committees, they will give an opportunity to reapply, and either come in for an interview or submit a letter of interest if they couldn't make the interview date for a personal interview. But whether it was a letter of interest or an interview, it's considered just the same. So that is the reappointments process. It's always been that way, and that's the process. So I just wanted to clarify that. Anyone else? All right. We're going to move into Town Manager Communications. Town Manager Mark Ellis.
Good evening.
Welcome, Mark.
Mark Ells, Town Manager. This is my report for the period of June 8th through June 21st. We concluded the FY 2019 operating budget at our last town council meeting, and I would like to thank the council for their leadership and strategic planning, which are two of the critical aspects of developing a sound financial plan. We thank you for your approval of our FY 2019 capital and operating budgets. Those are all available too on our website for anybody who might be wanting to look at past and present budgets. We continue working with the Mass Department of Fish and Wildlife, USGS, Department of Environmental Protection water supply staff regarding future potential water supply wells proposed on the 250-acre parcel northeast of the Hyannis water system. USGS continues its modeling runs in the area of the Hyannis Ponds complex, and we will sample wells on the Fish and Wildlife land on Monday and Tuesday of next week. We are planning to collect a total of 10 samples at 6 sites. 4 of those sites have both shallow and deep test wells. We are sampling for all relevant water quality parameters, including PFAS, PFOA, and dioxins. We expect to reconvene the full committee in early summer as we progress concurrently with these efforts, and we'll keep you advised as we progress on this matter. We continue to discuss Vineyard Wind relative to their proposal to construct transmission facilities that would interconnect with the proposed offshore wind farm in federal waters. I continue to meet with Vineyard Wind to develop a host agreement with Barnstable. That's agreement where we spell out how our relationship is going to work now and into the future. As we've communicated in the past, we have 2 major areas of concern, one relevant to drinking water supply down gradient of the various facilities that they would install specifically in Barnstable as part of this project. The other, the ability to interconnect in the sound in the future with perhaps some other system that may come along in time. So those are 2 core issues in the host agreement that we're working well with Vineyard Wind to address. And there's then all of the other more standard aspects relevant to repair of roads and establishing a 20-plus year relationship. So I expect to have a final draft in shortly, and we'll continue those discussions, and I'll keep you advised as that progresses. But I do expect it'll progress well. We have a very cooperative relationship. I believe that Yarmouth has re-engaged in discussion with Vineyard Wind. They were not for a period of time, but I do believe they are active again. And I also just received a communication today that the environmental reports that have been submitted to the state's going to require supplemental information to those. So most likely you'll be getting a report back from me at your next meeting that perhaps this process that they're going through is going to take more time because they're going to have to address more environmental questions that have come up. I'll give you more information on that once I have it in detail. We continue to discuss this with Yarmouth openly as well. For the viewing public, the proposal is 3 landfalls, 1 in Yarmouth, 2 in Barnstable. And so a big part of the discussion is, okay, where they're going to come in with this first phase. They will have subsequent phases. Part of the discussion in the host agreement is also that they don't want to come back in every time if they can avoid it, and they'd like to lay out the framework for their entire project, which is beyond a first phase. So we've got to really think through the ramifications of that. But again, good working relationship at this point. Planning and Development Department and the Recreation Division have partnered to provide financial assistance to eligible families to participate in various youth programs. The program was designed to provide assistance to residents who do not qualify under existing scholarship programs, but who still may have a need for assistance based on income.
The Community Development Block Grant Program is making it possible to assist families with a household income up to 80% of the area median income for the town of Barnstable. There are about 346 youth programs offered through the Recreation Division program brochure, and financial aid forms are available on the town website. So if anybody who's interested can go there, look. If you can't find it on the website, please call our Recreation Division. We'll be more than happy to assist. Town of Barnstable was recently informed that it received approval for an Opportunity Zone designation for the census tract, which encompasses the historic Main Street corridor, Harbor District, 4 major retail centers, and the Regional Industrial Park. The U.S. Treasury Department informed the Baker-Polito administration that all of Massachusetts Opportunity Zone designations that were submitted by the state have been approved. This decision is the culmination of several months of engagement with local, state, and federal officials and potential investors, resulting in Governor Baker's formal recommendation that 138 Opportunity Zone designations, the maximum number allowed under the new program, would be approved. And 79 communities have received those zone designations. The Opportunity Zone program presents an opportunity for private, tax-advantaged investments into areas of economic need, benefiting both resident living in the zones and private investors. The Opportunity Zone program provides a federal tax incentive for taxpayers who reinvest unrealized capital gains into opportunity funds, which are specialized vehicles dedicated in investing in opportunity zones. The Town of Barnstable Planning Department, in conjunction with the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, has completed a final draft of the 2018 Open Space and Recreation Plan. The plan allows the community to identify and evaluate goals, challenges, opportunities, and priorities for open space protection, land management, and the provision of recreational opportunities. Planning for our town's green infrastructure of water, land, forests, wildlife habitat, parks, recreation areas, and trails is important to our economic future, community identity, and quality of life. The plan is developed to comply with guidance from the Massachusetts Division of Conservation Services and will be submitted to that agency for approval. The draft plan was supported by input from a community survey, 3 community stakeholder meetings, and input from town staff in multiple departments and relevant town boards, committees, and commission. The final draft has received all necessary letters of support. A copy of the final draft plan is available on the town's website, and copies have been provided to the town council for review. I want to take the time to thank the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee for working with the planning and development staff. And one of the members, Chris Clark, has come in actually and sat down with me to review the comments and making sure that the final product is what we want here in the town of Barnstable. So that's greatly appreciated. The discussion of regulations for adult use marijuana establishments in the town of Barnstable will continue next week as the planning board considers 2 separate zoning amendments. On Monday, June 25th at 7 p.m., the planning board will hold public hearings on 2 zoning amendments proposing different regulations related to adult use marijuana establishments. They are items 2018-163. The purpose is to create a cannabis overlay district and regulations for establishing and operating marijuana establishments, and item 2018-159. Its purpose to prohibit non-medical marijuana establishments townwide. The current application section of the planning board website contains the full text for both proposals, proposed overlay district map, supplemental information, and a link to the video of the Town Council and Board of Health joint workshop on recreational marijuana. We encourage all to either view or attend. The town of Mashpee, Sandwich, Barnstable have entered into an intermunicipal agreement regarding the Pompanesett Bay watershed in a common effort to develop a watershed permit. We agreed in the IMA to establish a work group consisting of 3 members from each community appointed by and including the town manager. So I'll be a participant in the committee. The group shall consist of a town councilor and a technical representative. I have appointed Jessica Rapp Grassetti as the town council representative. This particular watershed falls in Katuitt and her precinct, and it was appropriate, and it would be the approach I would take in the future as we look to do these in the Three Bays area, in Centerville, Centerville East Bay, and then Lewis Bay and Barnstable Harbor. So I would look to the town councilors that represent those watersheds, talk with you all, talk to the leadership. I need one, and we would, select one, and they would participate as we go forward, because I do expect that we will do this in each of the watersheds over time. My technical appointee is Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. Dan is the most knowledgeable. Dan has played a lead role in developing the IMA in this relationship, and does so for our entire town. So those are the 3 individuals that will participate. I'll keep you briefed as we move forward with that. And finally, I have attached an outline of the new hourly stop on the Cape Cod RTA Sea Line located at the Barnstable Municipal Airport. It's a result of the RTA, our airport management, and our parking management staff working together to better serve our public with public transportation. You probably are aware, but the airport has many parking spaces. And we have been engaged in a planning effort with our own staff, the RTA, the airport, to make sure that those parking spaces, when not used by customers at the airport, are available to those who are coming to our community. And once they get to the airport, the next question is, okay, where are they going? And without reliable public transportation, that becomes a different challenge than if we have it. Where we are trying to land on this one, and this is a first step. This is a 1-hour, public transportation that will, reliable transportation that will be available. Ultimately, where we hope to go with this are 3 shuttles every 20 minutes during peak season, based on ridership, from the airport to the RTA down to the ferry terminals and through our Main Street, continually looping and providing people with a reliable transportation from the almost 1,000 spaces we have at our airport. So it would certainly change some of the parking management opportunities that we have. As a member of, I am your member of the RTA Advisory Board and have been for well over a decade. So we continue to work toward efficient and effective routes and service for Barnstable in the region. It's very important, though, for me, even though this is who I represent, Barnstable, for me to be able to justify those requests. So we need to compile data on ridership. We don't have that for those routes now. So it's very difficult to stand up amongst my other advisory board members and try to justify the expenditure to put this in place. So we're going to hope to compile some information. We're going to try to run some pilots so that we can get an idea. First of all, inform the public that this is going to be an option in the future, see whether the market will support it, the ridership will be there, and ultimately, if that's the case, we'll try to move forward with putting in place those shuttles as I've described. So I'll keep you advised on that as well. Thank you, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for the town manager? Must have been a very thorough report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to do the Martin J. Flynn
Absolutely.
scholarships?
Well, thank you. It's certainly a privilege to be able to stand here and recognize youth in our community who will be the recipients of the Martin J. Flynn Scholarship Award. Here with me are committee members that certainly can come up and assist in the presentation of this. It's Jan Cliggett, John Marsden, and Joyce Pursuti. If you could all come up and help me out. This particular scholarship fund, we thank you. This is a very difficult decision, as you can imagine. They have to screen all of the potential candidates. They have to come forward with recommendations for those candidates. I believe there were a total of 8 in the final that received the final scholarship. I believe that 5 are here tonight. Is that correct? I'll call all their names, but we'll move right on to those who are here with us. Just for those who aren't familiar with the scholarship, this is a scholarship fund to provide financial aid to Barnstable residents. The source of the funding for the scholarship is a voluntary checkoff on our real estate tax bill here in Barnstable. The petition became law under Chapter 267 of the Acts of 1985, and the first donations were received in fiscal year 1986. The scholarships will be given in varying amounts, but not to exceed $1,000, and they are $650 this year. So thank you all for participating on that committee. It's greatly appreciated. The recipients this year, if you don't mind me move over here, the recipients this year of the Martin J. Scholarship Fund, Allison Carter is not here, but she's going to University of Massachusetts Amherst. Laurel Fournier is also a recipient, not here this evening, going to University of Massachusetts Amherst. Scott Hansen is, I believe, here this evening. Come on up, Scott. Scott's going to be attending Mass Maritime Academy. Next recipient is Courtney McInerney. Courtney will be attending the University of South Carolina. Aaron Richard. Aaron will be attending Cape Cod Community College. Norbu Sonam is not here this evening. Will be going to RPI. Grady Sullivan. Grady will be attending University of Massachusetts Amherst. And Megan Wigan. Megan will be attending University of New Hampshire. So congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations indeed, and many thanks to the committee for their work. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, we have a couple presentations tonight, so I'd like to invite Rob Steen up from DPW. We're going to have a presentation on the comprehensive field evaluation. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. Rob Steen from the Department of Public Works. I am joined here tonight by a number of very talented people that work with the fields in town in one capacity or another. So let me just introduce them very quickly. Lynn Poignant, Director of Community Services, served on the committee that you will be hearing about tonight during this talk. Patty Machado is the Director of Recreation and sitting right behind me. Next to her is Chris Ganella, who's the section foreman for the grounds section for the Structure and Grounds Division. Gene Bollinger from Weston and Sampson. And right next to me is Mike Eastler from Weston and Sampson as well. And Mike and I will be doing the bulk of this discussion. So what we're going to talk to you about tonight is the study and how it went on. Recognizing the need for time, I will probably go very quickly through sort of the first portions of this purpose, the team and the approach, and probably spend most of our time in the results section and then on to discussion for anything you'd like to discuss that comes from this. So the genesis of this work started, and I think it was 2014, when two CIPs came to the DPW that were sister CIPs. One was for the Lombard Field, and one was for the Lopes Field. And they were comparable CIPs in terms of scope and magnitude. And DPW, as we looked at these CIPs, didn't quite understand necessarily the relativity to them, and also weren't quite sure about whether they each merited that same level of investment. And at that time, we decided we needed something to help guide us as we go forward on the recreational field front to say, hey, look, how many fields should we have in town? What types should they be? Where should they be? And are they needed now or in the future, and how do we position ourselves for that? That drove us into this study and this process. So a team was assembled to do this work. Weston and Sampson is our consultant. As I said, they're represented here tonight. They have a sub-consultant of Tom Irwin Advisors. The team was staffed by the people you see here, Lynn Poignant being among them. Amanda Ruggiero, who was the lead on that for the DPW, is the assistant town engineer. Now, normally, she would normally be here to give this presentation, but Amanda has recently been working on a project that is of much more importance than this. And so I'd like to introduce you to our newest DPW member. This is Amanda and Mike Lima's son. And yes, Chief, we are claiming him for the DPW. So please keep your hands off. He is ours. So this is what she has been working on. So I will do, to sort of use the analogy for the day, the coach looked down the bench, saw me there, and threw me out in the field and said, go play ball. So I'm going to do my best to get us through this. So the approach. As we looked at what we wanted to do, we felt like we really needed to take this in sort of 3 steps. The first steps, and I'll go into each one of the details on these in a minute. But the first steps was, let's figure out what our needs are. Let's then figure out what we have in terms of capacity now and in terms of inventory. And then let's sort of compare the two of those and figure out where we need to go and what we need to be doing. I won't read all of this to you, and as I said, I'll skip through some of these slides quickly. If there's any slide you'd like to come back to in the discussion point, I'm very happy to come back and talk more detail to it. But effectively, what the needs assessment phase was looking at our demographics, looking at the trends in the industries, talking to our different stakeholders throughout the community, trying to get a real sense from the community in terms of what we needed in terms of playing surfaces and where they needed to be. And looking at that not only now in the existing, but trying to understanding trends in industry and our demographics. Where will that be 20 years from now? Because from our perspective as the Department of Public Works, if a project comes to us that we're trying to decide if we're going to invest significantly in, it'd be comforting to know that, yes, this is not a field that we just need today, but a field we'll also need 20 years from now and where it's located. The second phase was then to go out and evaluate what we had. Look at our inventory and decide what condition is it in, and then go on to the third phase, which is to say, and these are the areas that we looked at. So we looked at 21 different properties across town, these fields on those properties, and the assessment was pretty extensive. We then went into the strategic planning phase, which takes the first phase and says, okay, here's all the needs of the town, and here's the needs that we project for the future. Here's the inventory we have in the town and where it's located, and then where are the gaps? And that's the part that, from my perspective at least, was the most interesting as we looked through it. But you'll find that the project actually morphed a little bit and came a little bit broader and became looking at more of the O&M piece as well, and did a pretty good look at that as well. So the results. Starting on the demographic side, what the study found is pretty much what you had probably heard when you listened to the report coming from the Senior Center 2 years ago, I believe. Barnstable, relative to the other communities in Massachusetts, as a relatively older population. And what's projected is that our population, and the chart on the right shows this, is going to continue to approach the over 60 population, is going to continue to approach the under 60 population in terms of quantity as we continue to move forward. Recreational trends. The committee did a good job digging in on this and looked at it both nationally and locally. Nationally, you'll see here, and what you'll see is a table that shows sports, sort of the 2009, 2014 participation rates and whether those rates are going up or down. It then said, okay, that's what's going on nationally, but what's happening locally? And sort of that's the area I'll spend more time in. Locally, what they decided is that, look, Little League is still going strong in Barnstable. Nationally, they're finding it is not necessarily the case, but in Barnstable, it's still going strong. Softball, on the other hand, or girls softball, on the other hand, has seemed to be on the decrease. But there's been a large increase in sort of all the other opportunities. And speaking from my own experience as a child, I know when I was a kid, Little League was my opportunity. If I wanted to play anything during the summertime, it was Little League. Well, now I know from my kids' experience, that's no longer the case. They can do pretty much anything from lacrosse to soccer to, you name it, rugby now coming in. You name it, it's diversified significantly, and so thus their interests are diversified. On the adult front, they saw that adult softball and baseball was still extremely popular in town, and as I think we've all heard at some point in time, pickleball is on the rise. So in addition to looking at the demographics and looking at trends in the industry, as I mentioned, they met with a number of stakeholder groups over a long period of time throughout the fall. They also put out a survey and said, hey, look, we'd like to kind of get feedback just in general from people. So that survey was out in August and September of last year. 211 people elected to respond to the survey, so it's not a large N, but it's at least something. And the thing that came through with that is there's a number of people or a number of groups in town that'd be very interested in participating more, but the conditions of the fields and the amenities at those fields were discouraging to them. The other aspect to that I'd like to point out is that a lot of our senior residents felt that our fields and our recreational facilities in those areas were not appropriate for what they wanted to do on them. I don't have any more details to that, but it's at least something that was interesting. A couple of the questions from the survey, just to sort of cherry pick a few issues. How would you describe the overall quantity of recreation facilities in Barnstable? Over 50% of the respondents said they felt like they needed improvement. What amenities would you feel we needed to add? 88% of the people felt restrooms were the number one thing we would need to add if we were going to add something to the field. Again, this question is not about the quality of the field, it's about what we should add to the field, and that's what that question is. Another question I thought was interesting is, this one, which is saying, look, if we were to improve the fields, would you tolerate a rate increase, or would you be willing to pay a rate that's reflective of that improved quality field? And by almost a 2-to-1 margin, or a little bit more than a 2-to-1 margin, people felt like that was acceptable. So we then went through the inspection of our existing inventory. I'll talk to you sort of some of the general observations. There's some more specific slides that we're going to get to next. But generally speaking, what was found is that our fencing and our backstops tend to be dated and in poor condition. Our turf grass tends to be in tough shape. Compaction is a real issue. The infields conditions, lots of our infields, if we're talking baseball, are done with stone dust, which is not necessarily the best medium for them. And that's resulted in low spots and lips at second base. Additionally, they found that there's a number of fields where they're rectangular fields, but the rectangular field is shared with a baseball field. So it's an outfield, infield, and a rectangular field all overlaying each other, which becomes problematic when you look at hours and when you look at sort of field condition. Access and ADA issues were apparent everywhere, and there was just safety and playability concerns. So this is the result of their work looking at the fields, and I'll pause on this slide for a second so you can all sort of spend a minute. Again, this is the slide of Barnstable that shows the various properties that we looked at and the fields we looked at on them. To the top left, you'll notice the key where the condition is rated by color. A green field is considered in great condition, a red field is considered in bad condition, and then you have the spectrum in the middle. You can see from this chart, and there's another one that comes after this, that the vast majority of our inventory at this point in time is at best mediocre, and not necessarily where we want it to be. Put into a chart fashion, This is sort of the first half of a chart. I did not bring both of them here, but this is sort of the first half that looked at sort of half the properties. You'll notice, again, the color scheme about halfway across the page, the field sites on the left. The type of usage is right before the color scheme. Two issues I'd like to point out here. There's an overall scoring criteria, or overall scoring column right next to the colors. What that scoring column reflects is they did a score for each and every field. 5 is an outstanding field, 1 is a very poor field, 3 is an average, it's playable, and you'll notice many of our scores are below that. Continuing on to the far right with yearly hours. So traditionally for a playing field or a turf playing field, which at this point in time our fields are, you want to have about 400 to 600 hours of playing time on that field, and not really more than that. Beyond that, you're going to stress that field out and have a hard time keeping it up to top shape. And you'll notice there's a real dichotomy here between some fields that get very little usage and some fields that get an awful lot of usage, 2 times that, almost 3 times that in some cases, for what it's redoing. So there's some discussion to be had about not only fields and where they are, but how we program them and where they're at physically and location-wise. So the gap, going back to the beginning, what we were looking for is DPW, trying to identify what we need and don't need. Generally speaking, it was this, that we need more rectangular fields. And we need more rectangular fields that are dedicated rectangular fields, not ones that are shared as an outfield of a baseball field or something of that nature. Again, as we mentioned, that adult baseball and softball are both driving, and there's enough demand out there that they could utilize the fields we have plus more. And as we talked about, and as again is no surprise to anybody, pickleball is on the rise, and we do not have adequate pickleball courts for the demand that we are seeing in the community on that. Broken out more specifically, you'll see in this table that on the left is the field type. On the right is our current inventory. So if you look now, we have 85 fields of these types in our inventory. The needs in 2026 and the needs in 2038 have been projected, and then the net change. So we currently have 85 fields. It's projected that we'll probably need by the next 20 years 97 fields before we're all said and done. And some of that is net reductions in one and increases in the other type. All right, at this point I'm going to pass the mic, who will talk to you more about the specifics of the O&M aspect and the more detailed tables. All right, so the button there.
Thank you, guys. I think Rob did an excellent job of explaining the process, and I'm here to talk about some of the results. We took the initial needs assessment as the key component of the input that led to the strategic phasing plan, which is basically a guideline. This is a suggested way to move forward to meet the unmet needs currently and in the expected future. It's not a set-in-stone price. It's not a set-in-stone order. The idea is to use this as a guideline as a way to meet those unmet needs as quickly as possible for the entire town. That being said, we broke it down into 5 4-year phases. Things seem to self-separate in that way. And we took the needs assessment and then brought in the next level of information, which was the inventory analysis of the existing conditions of all of the fields and courts, as well as a lot of in-depth and still ongoing communication and discussion with stakeholders and with the committee, so that the needs assessment was the basis, the real-world input of the site analysis and the discussions with projects that are in the works, currently under construction, or at least under discussion, to see how they would fit in with that needs assessment. And that altogether produced the strategic phasing plan. So in the 4 phases, you'll see that we've broken it down by town and by the site location. And as an example, in phase 2, one of the unmet needs, as mentioned, was a 90-foot baseball diamond. So currently, all the 90-foot baseball diamonds in the town are on school-related properties. So other adult and league games cannot occur in conjunction when there's any sort of high school conflict. So a lot of those games are moving outside of Barnstable. In phase 2, where the suggestion is at Marston's Mills, the former elementary school. Here's a location that is currently heavily underutilized with a very underdeveloped Little League and softball field, which there is a slight excess of in town. We've given the location of it the current existing conditions score. So you can see in this case, this is the second major line down. It's a score of 1. It's not accessible. It's not safe for play. And it's a great place for a large-scale improvement. And so we've gone and done a general estimate on what it would cost to redevelop the entire site, including access, parking, and the fields themselves. Along with that, we've also added an additional estimated cost for operations and maintenance. And the O&M has been kind of a key in the discussion that we've had with the committee and with members of the town. The operations and maintenance as scheduled or as suggested here is a rough estimate for the field maintenance alone. We're not talking about ancillary facilities, access, parking, trash. This is really about keeping the field to a level of play that is acceptable for the site location. Going back to the needs assessment, we had the 5 colors. A good way to look at that is to say that anything yellow is an acceptable field of play for anybody. So it's accessible, it's safe. Going above that, you start to get into the nicer quality fields for tournament play, and then you get into the nicest quality fields. And I think a great example would be, Elizabeth Lowell is, the Kettleers, that's a 5. That's very privately developed, it's very nicely kept, has not much maintenance. A 4 would be Lopes Field, and that is a great example of something where just improving an operation and maintenance budget on a field can drastically change it without large capital improvements. So within our strategic plan here, we've broken down where large-scale investments could occur to meet the unmet needs, but also we've discussed the need for improving the general operations and maintenance budget of the town. And we did a rough estimate, and just by acreage, the town's budget between DPW and schools is roughly 1/10 to 1/5 of what would be required to keep all of the fields at an acceptable level of play. So after the first 2 phases, all unmet needs that currently exist in the town would be met, and that includes additional rectangular fields that are dedicated, a 90-foot baseball field, a adult softball field, as well as additional pickleball courts. Phases 3, 4, and 5, the exact order of them becomes even less important here. It becomes more of a menu of improvements that can occur. Some of these improvements might actually occur through the improved operations and maintenance before that time. But overall, it looks at all 21 sites, all 47 fields, and something like 50 courts, and says that, this is our suggested improvement process to meet those needs that are both current and expected in the future.
Okay, so before we close out, it's easy to sit here right now and say, geez, we're just bad. And that's not the case. So I want to end on this note. There is a number of things that this council and others before you have done to really start to make a positive difference, and we just heard one of them there. So the capital projects at the top, I think we all know about. Lombard Field's underway. We've discussed the Barnstable High School here in this chamber enough. Former Austerville Bay Elementary School is ongoing, and McKeon Field is a discussion that I'm sure it's upcoming. But in addition to that, in 2016, the town council saw fit to give us a dedicated field crew and to give us the funding to deal with that. And I want to sort of show you what that did. And I want to bring you back to where this all started. If you remember, this started because we didn't know what to do with Lopes, and we didn't know if Lopes was worthy of the same level of investment that we were looking at for Lombard. And for remember, Lombard came in, and I think it's at 1.3, 1.6. So it's not a small project to do what we're doing at Lombard, and we just didn't know if that's worthy of investment in Lopes. So what we did is we took our dedicated fields crew and put them on it. So this is circa 2015. I don't know if you can see it easier on your screens in front of you, but if you look at Lopes at that time, particularly the bottom left-hand corner, I played this field actually at the Hyannis Softball League for a while. If you ran over from a foul ball on first base and happened to fall over on one of those posts, because there was posts sticking up, you would impale yourself, literally, not figuratively, literally. The place was falling down. The lip after second base was deadly. The outfield was in terrible shape. It was always wet. It just wasn't a great place to play. We put the field crew on it, and this is what it looks like this week. Nothing special. I said, Chris, go out and take pictures this week. Whatever it looks like right now is the pictures you're going to get. The fields have been improved. The fences have been improved. The infield has been improved. It looks like this from now, the investment that we made in addition to that fields crew was $13,000 of material. Our crew, $13,000 of material, and we were able to get to here. So I don't want people to leave here thinking that we're just derelict in our duties and then we're not doing good things. There are good things happening. There's a lot more that can happen, and we now at least have some sense of whether what the things that we should be doing and what the things that we shouldn't be doing in the direction we go in. And with that, we are happy to take questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councilor Levesque.
Thank you for that presentation. Having have coached youth baseball, this is my 11th year in Barnstable. I've either practiced or played in most of those fields. And I will say that the field crew has done an admirable job, and I think cost effectively, being given what they have, the equipment and things of that nature, it has improved. I think, as you have stated, it needs to continue in that direction. And I'd also say, like, what you've done with Lopes, again, having coached, ideally, yes, you would have a grass infield, just for baseball, for example, grass infield. But then you do have that issue of coaches, quite honestly, and parents trying to help out that don't necessarily know how to rake. It gets down to that, and that actually causes the lips to happen. So it's hard to get that training. Obviously, you want people to be involved. The stone dust infield isn't necessarily a bad thing. And also, what the town of Barnstable is missing, that a lot of other communities are taking advantage of, is that there's a need for a junior type baseball, a middle of the road baseball between 60-foot bases and 90-foot bases. And a big upcoming thing for AAU baseball is 50-foot mounds, 70-foot bases, with using those stone dust infields with portable mounds. And that is going in other places, that money right now, either through AAU. So if the town could possibly take like a Lopes field or a Lombard field, and basically it's just about putting another hole 10 feet down from the 60-foot bases in between with a plug, and maybe having some portable mounds, and we'd be able to take advantage of that. And again, more rectangle fields, I would definitely be in support of that. People aren't looking, unfortunately, to play stickball in the street anymore. Parents want organized sports, and kids need as many opportunities as possible to stay out of trouble. So I would be very supportive of more fields.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually did enjoy playing stickball. But with that being said, I'm just concerned over in the village, the Hollow, it's listed as a Phase 4, which means that it's 16 years away. So what we're really saying is that the kids who are playing, who are 7 or 8 years old, they're going to be parents by the time this field is actually renovated. Towards that end, I have been speaking with some of the moms and dads of the kids who play Little League Baseball at that field, and they want to, in essence, pitch in, if you will, monetarily as well as physically in improving the Hollow as it now currently exists, because the field is atrocious. If you ever watch a Little League game over there, it's an accident waiting to happen. So I would ask if we as a community can put together a team of volunteers to work with the DPW or whomever is the appropriate group, I think is another alternative that we should look at, because ultimately, as we move forward, we as a town, we're never going to be able to fund every one of these projects. It's just not going to happen. So I really think we have to think out of the box. There's lots of parents, there's lots of folks that want to help in cleaning up the fields. I know even as the liaison to the Council on Aging, we had a meeting yesterday where they were talking about we spend approximately $15,000 per student, and that's a small percentage of the population. Yet when we look at those folks over the age of 55, which is the majority of our community, we spend on average $50. And so they want access to the fields too. So with all of that being said, I think my bottom line is that I want to be able to reach out to these parents who I'm working with presently, actively right now, and say to them, yes, there is an alternative path. There is a way, there is a means that we can collectively work together towards the common goal of improving the fields for the kids. So I'm going to pursue that just as an FYI.
Yep, so noted. And happy to work with you on it.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question. How does the field study, which is very detailed, dovetail with the open space and recreation plan that has recently been approved?
Hi, Patty Machado, Barnstable Recreation. The field study actually was used with the Planning and Development Department to look at both together. So they have been looking at each other as we've been going along.
Are there any things in the recreation side of the open space plan that's not contemplated in the field study? Other recreational?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I didn't look at that real close today. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Councilor Rappacetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation. Just to follow up on Councilor Schnepp's question, I know there was a survey that when the open space and recreation plan was developed or being redeveloped, and there were a lot of people that responded to that. Are these the results, these people from that survey?
No, this was a separate survey that was specifically focused towards the fields and courts.
Oh, interesting, because I know, I mean, they had a huge response, so it would have been good to combine the two, I think. The other thing, too, is do you have an existing condition matrix on all of the town? Because what we were handed on page 19 is a partial list.
Yes, this is just representative to show how the process was done. There is a full list of all 21 sites, 47 plus fields and
Because
courts.
I'd like to see that, please. And the last thing, since you color-coded on page 18, so we have no fields, and you made reference to Elizabeth Lowell. That wouldn't be considered in great condition? That's a good condition field?
Yes, and the biggest issue with that one was very specific to Tom Irwin Advisors and the condition of the turf itself.
I'm sorry.
Tom Irwin Advisors, who did the detailed analysis of the turf conditions. It ranked at a medium level because of compaction issues, which is, as a private field, well, not private, it's a public field, privately maintained, let me be clear, that was something that we didn't look at specifically as an issue to address within the master the strategic phasing plan, but that is the reason that it's not a 5.
So we have no fields, nothing that's a 5 at all? There's nothing dark on my page anyway?
Okay.
No? Okay.
I don't believe so. Let me
Yeah.
see if I
And
can
thank
find
you
that.
for clarifying, Elizabeth Lowell Park is open to anybody.
Right.
Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to know how many of the fields that you looked at that you would consider could be used for multi-use. Sports change quite often. I mean, at one point soccer was a big deal. I don't see anything on here pertaining to soccer, so it's not that as a popular sport as I thought it would be. It was growing at one time.
Soccer actually has a very considerable and consistent childhood enrollment within the town, and something that would continue to happen. And I always do this. It's McBaron, not Burgess. At Ellen McBaron Field, it's very focused on soccer. So that was something that was kept in the thinking. And with the expansion of other rectangular fields that were designated for rectangular sports, that would include soccer. So soccer, lacrosse, rugby could all be playing on this field. And that's one of the key unmet needs of the town, because right now the lacrosse is playing at Cape Cod Community College and renting the fields and moving out to other towns to practice and to play.
So lacrosse would be played on a multi-use.
Right, so it'd be a dedicated rectangular field for multiple rectangular uses. It would not be baseball or softball, but it would be all of the rectangular field sports.
Thank you.
Councilor Levesque?
It must be a tough grading process, because first thing I looked at was the LaRusso complex that we have down the street next to the HYCC, and that was not a dark green, which honestly I was a little bit surprised. being the fact that they're pretty much brand-new fields, and also the envy of the entire Southeastern Little League district as far as they wish they had fields like that. So I appreciate the critical study that was done and to evaluate everything, but let it be known that, but also that let it be known that a lot of investment from companies like Joyce Landscaping, Terrell Pina Landscaping, and different things like that, that put investment in their time and energy into those fields to make them the way they are. So again, showing the need for more town involvement in those other areas.
Vice President Crocker?
Thank you for the comprehensive report as well. Nice job. Could I have a little further discussion and understanding of how this field report and these rankings and everything will interact with CPC, or has interacted to date with CPC discussions, and how you see that going future? I mean, we have a comprehensive report now, so the real question is how do we find value in the report that turns to real changes in our communities?
So the first point to that is that Lindsay Council from CPC sat on the committee that actually created this report. So CPC's been involved with it from its get-go, and he was an integral member. He wanted to be here tonight, but he had a conflict, unfortunately. And he would be able to speak better to what his intentions are as CPC going forward. What we have heard from him, and I can only tell you what I've heard, is that they are using this to inform them in terms of the need that's there for a particular project or not. So if we brought a project forward that was not in any way reflected in the need here, they might ask a few more questions. But again, that's kind of hearsay on my part from what I've been talking to him about. I'm assuming that I'd want to let CPC speak for itself in terms of how they view the report and what they want to do with it.
Okay. I happen to notice that in my village of Osterville, we have nothing but red, but we do have that little bit of orange for the girls softball team, which I say is the same series of fields, so I'm a little confused why it's red for everything else, but the women get it rated to up to poor condition from bad condition. With that in mind, I'm reminded of a very nice presentation done by our architect, town architect, who went into CPC and asked for some funding for these very fields. And it was for the design aspect of it. So by everyone's opinion of everything we've seen, everything we know, these are the bottom tier of what we have in town.
And this is where this comes to bear, is that you now, instead of us saying, well, we think we should do this, now we have something we can say, look, according to the study and according to what's been looked at, those fields are in desperate need of repair, and so it's worthy of the investment to put in them. And in addition, they are still needed there where they're at. They're not a field that necessarily should become something else.
Well, I think we need to make sure that you have an opportunity to make a full presentation to that board, because when our architect did go there and ask for design money, we were turned down in Osterville. And so here we are with the worst rated ones. We have money in the account, and we can't get money for design. So, I mean, if you don't start with design, you can't solve a problem as far as I know. So that's just something I'd ask, that you have an opportunity to make a presentation to Lindsay's group so that everybody has the same standard. And then this group up here would have an expectation of what it is. You know, everyone keeps talking about the flow charts, citizens, the council, management, and we all talk about all these boards, all these appointments, and everybody's supposed to be working on the same general theme to accomplish what is the right thing for our citizens of our town. So when we go through this big of an extent to deliver a report of this nature, it certainly should resonate with some of the boards that's in front of us. That's a commentary, so please, thank you.
Understood.
The last question I do have that is a question would be that you had mentioned a funny statistic, if I can, well, not funny, haha, it was very sad actually. It was, you said that there is 1/10 to 1/5 of the amount of money necessary to maintain the fields. When you spoke of that, are you talking about on an annual year, or on the amount of money that would be necessary to get them all to that level, and then what we know for operating dollars as we go forward? Could you elaborate on that for me?
Absolutely. The estimate I gave you was rough, but we're looking at the annual maintenance budgets of the DPW and the schools department to keep and maintain all of the fields within this study. And then we looked at that compared to an adequate level of maintenance for field use, and this is active sports field use, nothing peripheral, none of the extra. And the current budget is somewhere between a fifth and a tenth of what would be expected to keep all of these fields up to a level of acceptable play, to mitigate risk, to allow good usable field space for all of these spaces.
Could I have a follow-up, Mr. President? That reminds me a little bit of our discussion before we put some serious money into the roadway system so that we could continue to raise and change that standard for our roads. What you're telling me is that when you're at 1/10 or 1/5, you're not improving any of them. You're just talking about that would be the money to mow them, fertilize them, keep them in the status they're in. You're not even talking about major renovations. You're just talking about the money necessary to mow them, water them, feed them, whatever is the proper procedure for, accepted procedure for a field that's municipal use?
Correct. Think Lopes as something where there was an additional input in time and investment in materials, and that was only on the maintenance level, but you see the improvement that you see on that site.
Yes.
And we, as the consultant here, we understand that's a big, delta between
Sure. We're
current
way off
and,
the mark.
and ideal. And we've actually, in each one of these projects in the suggested strategic phasing, we add in, beyond the estimated construction cost for any capital improvements, a rough estimate for the operations and maintenance of the field. So when you put the money into building the field, this is what you should expect to be paying annually after to keep it up.
Right.
At the same time, we understand that some fields are 20 years down the line in this current suggestion, some fields may never be gotten to. We've added a line item, and here again, suggested idea of bringing the general operations and maintenance funds up for the DPW and schools. And part of that would be for improved maintenance and scheduling. And I think that is the other component of this that, there's been a lot of discussion within the committee and town groups, is that scheduling of these fields to ideally distribute the use so you don't get these heavily overused fields will also help protect investments made in maintenance and in capital funds to keep fields from deteriorating quickly. So it is definitely something that, is one of the key takeaways, is that improved maintenance budgets and improved maintenance, we're going to have to go hand in hand to really see
Make the
significant
change.
increases.
Yeah. And we're fortunate you're working with Rob on this, and Rob is one of our key instrumental people on budgeting as we go forward in the future. So Rob, we'll be looking for your leadership on this. Thank you.
Town Manager Markels?
Good evening, Mark Ells. The findings of this report, though sobering relative to the conditions of our fields, is no surprise to any of us who work in this end of the business of seeing our assets maintained, unfortunately. I'll put together the statistics because I don't want to misquote, but the majority of these fields aren't specifically under the Department of Public Works at all for any maintenance. So as we begin this discussion, I really think we need to frame which fields have any budget or any maintenance assigned to them, which fields are specifically tasked to us right now in our municipal budget, which fall under the schools. I think our model historically, and Councilor Levesque had referred to the many volunteers, both physical and financial volunteers, that we need in our community. We need them on these projects, but the model for our grounds, for our playgrounds, our fields, our facilities, to hand them over to outside groups when they are municipal properties has not been a successful model. Everybody wants it built, everybody's well-intended, but when it comes time to commit, there's some groups that have been with us from day one, and we hope they're always there. But that isn't always the case. So what we've done in the last 2 years is embarked on this sort of a master plan for our fields. What we've done is tried to understand the condition of those fields, the need for those fields, the types of use that we anticipate, and therefore the level of either capital improvement or maintenance for those fields. And that's what you're hearing tonight, is to say, hey, we want all of them to be somewhere that our community's proud to use. And we're underfunded to be able to achieve that right now. Now, what our Structures and Grounds Division, and Chris has led through our Structures and Grounds, an example is Lobes Field, is a wonderful example of a maintenance improvement. What you'll see in our baseball field at the high school and out in West Barnstable at Lombard are capital improvements that absolutely need to be followed with the appropriate maintenance, or else we shouldn't be making this type of investment. Now, finally, the CPC has had many conversations with us as we've come forward with various requests. And I think, unfortunately, Osterville and the fields in Osterville, which are critical to our program moving forward, fell into the gap of, well, we don't have a master plan done yet. We don't have our needs assessment done yet. Do we want to make that investment right now until that plan's done? So CPC was one of the initial, besides us, your staff, were one of those who said, we need this in place, and we're going to use that as the master plan as we come forward with these efforts. And so you'll see all the fields that I've said in this plan. You'll see the ones that have already been brought to you active. You'll see the ones in the queue identified. And you'll see corresponding operation and maintenance there to match the capital investment and the level of play that we are proposing for any of the fields as we bring them forward. So I think that we've turned the corner on how we manage our fields. I think it's over 20 years, we've got $20 to $30 million worth of capital ahead of us if we want to put in place those assets in a way that we can utilize to the level of play that's being identified, and then corresponding operation and maintenance. We won't bring in projects where that's not, O&M isn't a part of it here forward, and we'll try to identify in the time being those fields that have fallen to the wayside that maybe aren't on a list to be maintained, even though they are municipal assets. And we'll try to figure out what we're going to do in the short term so we can keep them safe and functional, and then ultimately get to where we want to be. So that's the active dialogue. The rec department and staff, the commission, DPW, myself, CPC committee are all actively involved. School are all actively involved in this and are of the same philosophy that I am sharing with you. So, thank you.
Vice President Crocker?
Thank you, Mark. That's very well spoken, and it's very clear that it's a priority for you, your family, and for our community. So I'm very grateful for that. The only thing I would want to add is that the CPC, although they had turned down the presentation at Osterville, less than a month later, they gave over $500,000 to build out a field around the corner. So they weren't really waiting for a field study. They were making choices all the time, and the Osterville fields never got a choice. So I appreciate your position, and you've stepped up when we needed you to. So I'm very clear on that, and I'm very grateful for that, and so is my community. But the idea that they're holding off on everything till the study came on is a very strong worded approach to suggest that it's a methodical effort on their part to not spend field money until the study's in, when in fact we have documented proof that something else has occurred on more than one occasion. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Flores?
Just a final comment. Thank you for the remarks, Mark, and once again, a good presentation. But I just want to reiterate and reinforce the fact that we do have community groups, companies that in particular do want to step up and do want to support, if you will, the improvement and the maintenance of the various fields across the town. And I think it's imperative upon us as elected officials as well as appointed town officials to take advantage of that. In no way, shape, or form do I want to diminish or suggest that the folks that have come forward in the past, for whatever given reason, have promised a lot, but then at the end of the day have not delivered, when in fact you look at some of the fields that Councilor Levesque was referencing, really are the way they are because of the generosity of folks like Chris Joyce and his landscaping company and others. I'll just cite him as one example. And we need to be sure that as we move this forward, that we take advantage of that, because I wasn't trying to be sarcastic or funny when I said, when I look at the report on the Hollow, 16 years away from now, the average kid who's playing in the Little League is 7 or 8 years old. That means he's going to be 24 years of age when we get to that field. That, to me, as a town, as a councilor representing the north side, is unacceptable. And I'm sure it would be unacceptable to all of the councilors sitting here in the field. So, I'll end by just saying I think we need to embrace the community, work with the community, because there's lots of companies that would be willing to step up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? All right, well, thank you very much for the remarks and for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move into our second presentation, and will be with Mark Ells on the National Guard Armory. The clicker's right on the table there. Welcome back.
Good evening. Again, Mark Ells, Town Manager. I'm here to give you a review of our progress on the Armory project, and I'll give you a background, recent history, current project, and then open it up for any questions or discussion we may have. DPW and certainly all of our staff have been very helpful in preparing this as I'm going to present it. I think you're all familiar with the Armory site. Our building that we're having this meeting in right now is the building in the center on the upside of that roadway, which is South Street, that's going through the center of this photo. On the lower side of South Street is the Armory. And a lot of times people look at it from the road and think it's a lot smaller than it actually is, but it's actually a very large structure. I point this out in an aerial view because it shows you how critical this parcel is in our downtown, relevant to our waterfront, relevant to our main street, relevant to our town hall complex, and along our arts and cultural district, along our walkway to the sea. So our thought process in this will be and has been very thorough, and we're trying to make sure we end where we want to be with this particular piece of property. Now, this was built, originally this was a town piece of land. The town gave it to the state. The state built National Guard Armory in 1958 on that site. It's just under 20,000 square feet. First floor has about 15,000. Basement has almost 4,000. We're going to have about 40 parking spaces over there. It's on a little over 2 acres of land, some of it upland, some of it wetland. Town got it back in 2006 from the state. At that point, it was basically at the end of its useful life. And so the town took that property, accepted that property back from the state. I don't believe there was a nominal fee involved, I believe, $1 or something of that magnitude. And so, but the deed from the Commonwealth requires the building to be used for municipal purposes. And then later, and you'll see why when I go through a little history on, since we've acquired it back in 2006, what we've been doing out there to try to determine use moving forward. And during that process, we went back to the state legislature to amend for or two, a use of a for-profit museum to be considered there. That was a direct result of one of the RFPs that we went out with, and a proposal to potentially have reconstructed that and to turn it into a for-profit museum. Historically, the structure is not just a National Guard armory. It has historic significance. It's the site where John F. Kennedy presidential election acceptance speech occurred on November 9th, 1960. That becomes relevant for a host of reasons. It certainly is a historic site along our arts and cultural district. It's questionable because the structure itself isn't old enough necessarily to be considered as a historic structure. But the historic significance of the structure may qualify it for other funding, even CPC. But we have not received that designation yet. And that'll become important as we get into some of the costs as we move forward. But a little more history. 2008, there was a discussion with Cape Cod Symphony to replace the Armory building with a new performing arts center, a 99-year lease, $60 million project. Ultimately, the project didn't occur. In the spring of 2012, we stepped back and did a multidisciplinary assessment and feasibility study. We worked with a design consultant, Design Lab. It was really a vision for what might occur there. And it landed on a multi-purpose gallery, outdoor plaza, event hall, artist, and incubator space. And they were looking somewhere between $2 and over $5.5 million to renovate and to move forward with one of those activities. I included the graphic portion and some of the planning in your folder that you were provided with tonight. And Elizabeth Jenkins has more detail on that if at some point you would like to be briefed on it, or if there's any more text, I can certainly provide that to you. We went out with a request for information to determine interest in the property for the purpose of supporting the arts and culture. It was one of the results of a community effort that we had leading into that spring of 2012 study, where we concluded that, okay, it makes sense to hold with that concept of arts and culture. We received responses from multiple community artist agencies proposing full or shared use, as well as proposals from the Real Pirates group. Went out with an RFP. It resulted in a proposal for a private for-profit pirate museum. A 20-year lease would pay the town about $50,000 per year, as well as it would have taken about a $3 million investment in the building. After extensive discussions, the project was withdrawn. And it wasn't, that I'm aware of, a capital issue. It was related to being able to secure the exhibit that they wanted to site there. That was my understanding of it. That was probably, from a financial standpoint, maybe one of the more solid proposals that was made, but ultimately did not come to fruition. 2016, RFP was issued allowing a 20-year lease. The Sturgis Charter School submitted a proposal, phased approach to renovations, payment, going to pay the town $12,000 a year for a 20-year lease. First phase of renovation was about $1.6 million, and then at least another $1 million improvement, though I don't know that we ever got to a final set of plans for what they might have to do there. In the end, the investment that they wanted to make to put students in the building, in our opinion, was not adequate. Being the owner of the building, we decided that we would not go forward with that lease agreement. So after about a year of no specific action, just discussions, we came forward with an appropriation for $250,000 in FY18 to begin a hazmat assessment, preliminary design of removal of hazardous materials, and to actually begin the design process. We had made a decision at that point that we're not going to let this building sit here as a shell used for dry storage. It is, as I started with my aerial photo saying, it's a critical location in our downtown. And we made the decision to move forward and have done so. This fiscal year, we asked for another 667 to do design, complete the hazmat, and commence the permitting at the site. These are estimated budgets obviously going into it, so hopefully we can even come back to you with remainders, but those are our estimates on the soft cost side. 20 in the 20 CIP, which is the upcoming, we'll have our designs done. Our staff will be able to tighten up our numbers going into it. At this point, we're estimating we have about $2.3 million more in work to do at the site, and that will be, and I'll explain on the next slide what's involved, but that will be to make it a usable facility. It is not a usable facility now. The systems don't work. It has hazardous material in it. It is just not a functional, but building, the roof's beginning to show signs of failure, et cetera. So we're looking at about the estimate of, $3+ million that needs to be made just to make it a usable facility. Now, fortunately, and I've included this in your package as well, we had worked with our state legislators to get an earmark for $1.6 million to help us with the building improvement costs of the armory. And that was approved, and now we're just waiting for the governor to release those funds. So hopefully that will occur in a timely manner. Hopefully it'll coincide with our CIP request for 20 so that we can come in certainly with a much less request from various funding sources. Now, we may be able to access CPC funds if we seek a historic designation and secure it. And I do believe that, based on conversations I have had with the chair, if we were deemed historic, we probably would be eligible for consideration for CPC funds. And then the difference would have to be dealt with through general funds or other. I only identified general funds because we know those are there. We would certainly pursue any and all funding opportunities that we would have. Now, concurrent with what I show you here, we're going through an alternatives assessment to determine final use. When we came in and asked for the FY 18 and 19 funds, we explained that when we reached the point of creating a building that is a usable, safe, functional structure, we would have to make a decision at that point. And the decision would be, are we going to move municipal into this facility and consolidate here on this campus, or are we going to look to lease the facility for other uses? And so what I would like to continue to do, we've been certainly doing it internally, we certainly began the process back in 2012, is continue that discussion and determine the highest and best use for this parcel, and then move forward with that. That would obviously mean that we might change uses in other locations, and therefore other decisions would have to be made relevant to those types of changes. But again, it's early in that planning process. We do have time. We want to be very careful given the very important location of this particular facility. At phase 2, to build it out and occupy it, and if we're just thinking about what we would want to do for municipal, you're probably going to need to spend $2 to $3 million more dollars. Alternatively, if we said, forget it, it's not historic, let's demo it, we're going to spend at least $1.3 million to do that. Now, I don't know what sort of reaction the public would have, the state would have, what involvement they might have in making a decision such as that. We really haven't thoroughly evaluated the demolition option, but it is an option, so we have offered it for consideration, especially, and I said this when we came before you last, before we go for a historic designation, because once we have that designation, demolition is not an option, or not an easy option. So what's coming in phase 1? Hazardous waste abatement. improve the HVAC system, fire protection system, electrical system, plumbing restoration, masonry repairs, window repairs and replacement, roof repairs, but not a complete replacement. We're really going through that assessment now to fully understand where we are in the life of the roof and we know the flat roof's got to be replaced. They're at the end of their useful life, but we really want to make sure that we evaluate this the same as any other building, and make sure that we maximize the use if there's remaining life in the facility, in a particular aspect of a facility. So what's not in this? The final interior improvements for a future use, a generator to make this, functional regardless of whether we have power or not. Upgraded utilities, IT, audio-visual capabilities for future municipal use. So certainly we have multiple funding sources there. If we go the municipal route, it could be the sale of another asset that may be used to put back toward this if we decided to look at not keeping another asset somewhere and relocating to that location. Certainly we could look to our cable funds if we're going to expand the audio capabilities, depending on what functions may fall over there. Certainly general funds, if it's designated as historic, certainly the request for more CPC funds, and then all other that we might pursue. On the flip side, if we decide to make it not a municipal use, then we would look to match revenues at that facility to offset those borrowed monies that we have to date, which are the 18 and 19, and then a much smaller portion of the 20 funds, as well as whatever the market would bear. So we could certainly look to go in that direction. We expect as we go through this discussion, I've already identified this, but we would see looking at municipal use, multi-purpose use for arts and culture. We know that the JFK Gallery is interested. We've had incubator space, think tanks. We've had schools talk to us. We've had higher educational institutes talk to us about the location. We've also talked about expanding the development within the existing footprint. We've had discussions about whether there's the opportunity, given the location, to either at-grade parking with structures above it over the parking area, or lose the parking and just build additional structure there. Certainly as you get up 2 to 3 stories, you're going to have a view of the harbor, which is certainly a very valuable property, and we just have to make sure that that would be appropriate for the various uses that we'd be proposing, and that financially, whatever we brought in there could justify that sort of expenditure. If we went with municipal, quick thought would make the big room, multifunctional certainly, but I don't know if you've been in there, but if you haven't, we can take you over any time. It's a big dry storage area at this point. At one point, it was a big old garage, I believe, with a basketball court in it that I'm sure all armories were designed like this at the time in the 50s. But we could see a large hearing room there. And behind that, though you don't see it now, would be an office suite. And to the right of that is the entryway and more offices as you came in. And to the left, there's smaller office space, storage space, and then an access to the downstairs. And we're really going to have to look at the downstairs to decide the viability of use of that in the future. There's an old shooting range down there. There's safes, and there's all sorts of, it's just a very dank and outdated basement, basically. So we'd really have to think about how much money we would want to invest there and the types of uses that would merit that investment. When we go to the outside, now we get into some of the, more, broader uses that we might consider. And you'll be able to see these when you look through the handout that I gave you. To move some of the activities outdoor. Again, this is along a very important corridor for pedestrians in our downtown. And so the thought was we might have outside seating and activities as well as inside, depending on those uses. And these are some of the concepts that came out of that earlier visioning, all to be determined. So that's where we are with this. And I expect that we'll be progressing so that we secure that $1.6 million when released. I expect that we'll be bringing in an additional CIP in FY 2020, and I also anticipate that we will have a active dialogue about the end use of this facility over the next 12 months. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you for the update on that. I know it's something we've had a lot of discussions on in addition to other assets in the town. It's good to see that we're getting some progress and moving in a positive direction. Any councilor questions to the manager? Councilor Flores?
I'm just curious, on the handout that you gave us, on the graphic, where it shows the piece of property as the Armory, and then it shows Lopes Field, that open space in between, do we own that as a town?
We do.
We do. And is that buildable?
No, it's, well, I don't want to say that, but it's wetland.
It is wetland.
Yeah, there's a lot of wetland. Wetlands immediately butt the rear of the parcel. And we've delineated those. I just didn't show them on a plan. So I'll get you a copy of a plan so you can take a look at it. But
And I'm also curious, you know, you suggest that this could become an arts and cultural center, just as we have been talking about Oceanside down at the Hyannis Conference Center, which is not really next to the ocean, whereas this really is.
Yes.
So the name would be appropriate.
We have shared that concept.
Okay. That was
But,
my question.
yeah, I think, you know, when we look at seating here, I think they're looking for 12 to 1,400 seats. I don't know that as looked at now, that would be the capacity there. I think most of the concepts were smaller than that, but that doesn't mean that a facility here for that purpose might not work if, you know, whatever the venue they're going to offer might match up with it. So we're going to continue any and all discussions. I mean, again, this is a prime piece of property that we hold, and we have no intent of turning it into anything but something that benefits our community, that is able to recover, that is a wise financial long-term decision as well. So,
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mark. I really appreciate the vision that people have brought to this project. I remain a little confused about the timing of the design. In the CIP that we just approved, we have the final design, but that probably doesn't include the vision of what the use is if we haven't even moved in that direction. So
they're going to run.
How far can we go with the design before we want to stop?
Well, I think everything that's listed on that slide that says phase one's the things that we are and we are not, are all part of design. So we're going to go right through final to make it a functional, safe building. And I think we'll have to look at where we are with those design funds relevant to final uses. And then we'll have to make a decision in that final phase. Are there remaining funds, or do we come back in and ask for some additional funds for design and then final? But that over the next 12 months, before we bring in the next CIP, before we bring in the FY20 request, we'll answer that question.
I can see the decision to, want to evaluate the hazardous waste and all that, but to go into this large of investment, even though we have a huge state contribution without knowing the final, or at least a better idea of our final use, seems a little challenging, because some of these drawings envision a complete, different use of the space. And
yes.
So if we're starting to replace windows and all that, I would think, we're going to rip it out if we decide to go in a different direction.
Our feeling is, our belief is that we would not have to anything that we are going to do in phase one, regardless of whether it's municipal or private. You wouldn't have to redo the roof. You wouldn't have to redo windows. They're not going to change the physical building. You wouldn't change the fact that you would have an HVAC system in the building that functioned based on the square footage of the building. What you might change is that if it ends up being a museum, that they may have to have a more advanced HVAC system. And then you would have to design and incur the operating capital costs to put in that additional HVAC. So, and we don't know that answer yet. But no, it's our vision that we are going to do this over the next 12 months, and we are going to come in with a clear vision before we make our next request.
Right, thank you.
We also don't want to lose our $1.6 million earmark, and so we're going to move on this, and we're going to do the project. So, yeah.
Any other councilors? Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Mark, and all great ideas. But depending on what we put in there, depending on the scope of how many the capacity is, then we're right back at where we're going to park the cars.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that has to be provided for, and that's going to be another cost factor to no matter what we do, unless we keep it rather small. So just aware of the extra cost that's going to come in for the parking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? No? All right, well, thank you, Mark. Really appreciate the update.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Right. All right, Vice President Crocker, could we please act on the minutes of June 7th, 2018, please?
Yes, Mr. President. In our packets tonight, we've received the minutes. Town Council meeting June 7th, 2018. I raise to adopt them as drafted.
I have a second. All those in favor of approving the minutes of the Town Council meeting on June 7th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Council communications. Anyone have any announcements? Council Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of important meetings that will be coming up before the next Town Council meeting, which is scheduled for July 19th first. On June 25th, I just want to stress the fact that at 7 o'clock there will be the Planning Board meeting that will be taking a look at the zoning of recreational marijuana locations. And right now that is as part of one of the recommendations in one of the plans is to locate that at Independence Park because in fact that is where medicinal marijuana has been zoned for a number of years. So I say that only to anyone that is listening, especially constituents in Precinct 1, which is where Independence Park is located. If you have an issue, a concern, or an opinion, June 25 at 7 p.m. And there is a competing zoning, planning recommendation, which obviously prohibits completely the establishment of recreational marijuana facilities. So where you stand on that particular issue, that's a very important meeting on June 25. In addition, on July 4th, within Barnstable Village, we'll have our annual Barnstable July 4th parade. It's probably the most Americana parade that you can imagine. Some people would call it a little hokey, but it's a lot of fun. So I encourage people to participate in that. And finally, on July 12th at 7 o'clock, another very critical meeting. For those of you that have been reading in the press and probably listening to me proselytize about the destruction of trees along 6A, there will be a hearing at the meeting of the Old Kings Highway, which is scheduled for July 12th at 7 o'clock. Eversource is coming in and planning on removing another whole group of trees under discussion. And towards that end, I have been working with the town attorney and her staff to promulgate, if you will, a new town regulation that suggests that any cutting of any tree, whether it be on private property or public-private property that faces 6A would have to have a hearing of some sort, whether it was before this town council, a subcommittee, or the OKH, because we cannot allow to continue to have happen what occurred over the past 90 days. So those are three critical dates, June 25, July 4th, and July 12th, all before the next July 19th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other councilors? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to the Barnstable High School girls golf team who took second place in the state championship last week, and to Coach Titus. So congratulations to all of the girls.
Councilor Apgrisetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of announcements. This Saturday from 9 to 12 at the transfer station, there's a hazardous materials collection pickup. So bring all of your old paints or paint thinners or cleaning products there. And on the same day from 9 to 10 at the Katuitt Fire Department, they're going to have a child seat safety installation if you're a new mother. perhaps Amy will need this, no, probably not. They will install your baby seat or check to make sure that the seat you have in your car has not been recalled. Same is going to happen at Com Fire Station from 11 to 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just mentioned that on Wednesday, I gave out 36 awards for kindness at Barnstable United Elementary School, and I've been doing it for a number of years. But to see all the smiling, happy kids in our school system, and to recognize also the leadership, the principal there, Jim Anderson, who served as the interim principal, and the staff and the teachers, the dedication. We have nothing but to be very filled with how proud we are of our students in our school system. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, we'll move into the orders of the day. A couple housekeeping issues up front. There won't be any executive session tonight. And on item 2018-166, leadership's going to look into this further, so I'd like to ask the Vice President for a motion to withdraw this.
Yes, Mr. President. 2018-166 Administrative Code Amendment, term limits for the chairs of multiple member boards, committees, and commissions as drafted. Hereby moved to indefinitely postpone.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor of postponing item 2018-166 to a future date? And that is unanimous. And we will bring that back. All right. So we'll move into old business. I'm going to invite Rob Steen back up and Councilor Neary. Could you please read item 2018-151 and open the public hearing?
Yes, Mr. President. This is old business. Public hearing requiring a two-thirds roll call. Item number 2018-151, the appropriation and loan order in the amount of $340,000 pursuant to temporary repair to the private roads program regarding Butler Ave, Ocean Ave, Clark Ave, Prospect Ave, Hotel Ave, Somerville Ave, Lake Elizabeth Drive, Valley Avenue, Laurel Avenue, Vine Avenue in Centerville, as written.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Rob.
Good evening. Rob Steen with the Department of Public Works. The successful passage of Chapter 174 of the Acts of 1994 and the passage of House Bills 4409 and 4410 by the state legislature of the Home Rule legislation authorizes the town to expend funds to repair private roads. Under this program, the abutters to the roads being repaired can be charged betterment assessments for 100% of the actual cost of the repairs, which they can elect to pay in one lump sum or over a period of up to 20 years with interest. Those roads will not be taken by the town of Barnstable and will remain private property. Majority of the property abutters to the Butler Avenue, Ocean Avenue, Clark Avenue, Prospect Avenue, Hotel Avenue, Somerville Avenue, Lake Elizabeth Drive, Valley Avenue, Laurel Avenue, and Vine Avenue in the village of Centerville have expressed an interest in having repairs made to their private road, and 73% of the abutters have signed a consent and acknowledgement agreement for the betterment assessment. The proposed work is the removal and replacement of the existing pavement and installation of drainage structures. The cost of the improvements is estimated at $340,000, with a cost per 127 abutters distributed at 127 full shares, not to exceed $2,700 per abutter.
Thank you very much. And this is a public hearing, so if any members of the public wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that is unanimous. Council discussion on this item? All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018-151. This is a roll call, two-thirds vote. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Bender.
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley. Wallace.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much. All right, the next several items, and the item 2018-177 under new business, which is the creation of Infrastructure and Energy Committee. We'll take those up next, but before that, I just wanted to get a Appointments Committee kind of report over the whole process, so that we're not repeating it for every item. But as the council knows, a few months ago, the leadership tasked the Appointments Committee with reviewing all the committees in town. We have 43 of them, and a few hundred volunteers that make up those committees. And obviously, this takes up hundreds of hours a month of volunteer time, council time, staff time, administrative time. And we just wanted to take an inventory of these committees and review them for redundancies, for ways to make them more impactful, more efficient, whether it was streamlining them, folding functions in other committees, or even adjusting membership if they were having problems with quorum. And the committees were all surveyed for input, and that information was reviewed along with other items with the Appointments Committee, and this is the kind of the beginning of recommendations here. So with that, I just wanted to turn it over to the chair of the Appointments Committee for a brief committee report on the process they went through. Councilor Rapgrissetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was stated, leadership came to the Appointments Committee along with the town manager and the town attorney, and discussion was ensued regarding all the boards, committees, and commissions. And speaking with the leadership of the town, the list was formulated based on, for instance, the Agricultural Commission. That hasn't met in years. It had vacancies, and when you look on the town's websites, there's a lot of boards that are vacant members. Perhaps there's no interest, but also to that, a lot of these committees' charges had been formed years and years ago. So this was a way to look at all the boards, committees, and commissions with a new view. So what you have before you is the beginnings of a reset with regards to the town's workings and the volunteer boards. I have to say, being on the Appointments Committee is really an honor because of all the people that come before the Appointments Committee. And I guess we're all referencing back to previous town councilor Ann Kennedy and saying that the citizens of this town are what drive the town staff and who elect us. At the same time, being on the Appointments Committee and seeing the people that come through for interviewing to serving on these boards, the varied experience and depth of knowledge that they have is unbelievable and very impressive. But in some instances, for instance, the Agricultural Commission, no one was interested in serving. Unfortunately, so many of our lands, we don't have a lot of agricultural happenings going on except for small farms. So the thought in some instances is to make the committee's work have more meaning rather than just for the sake of meeting. And I know that's not something that especially the land acquisition and renewable energy want to hear, because what they have done in the past is extremely helpful in guiding the town. The required staff is, you know, something to take into consideration. But also, over the years, this town and the staff has grown immensely. It's the second largest employer, you know, on Cape Cod. So we have an awful lot of staff doing an awful lot of work. And I'm not trying to belittle all these boards, committees, and commissions, but sometimes I think the charges have to be reset. And I think, for instance, the Citizens Advisory Committee years ago, talking about wastewater, when that was dissolved, you know, I don't think one person came and talked about how we shouldn't get rid of that committee because wastewater is our biggest issue, and it still is our biggest issue. And instead, what resulted was a new committee being formed, the Water Advisory Committee. That committee didn't meet for years. It actually has been disbanded because they were given a directive from the manager of the town and from leadership and from our strategic plan to come up with recommendations, and that's what they did. And they did it within a certain time frame, and they met a lot. But that committee has gone away, and I think tasking these committees is important and should be the direction that the town starts to look in. You know, I'm here, and with my fellow counselors, we meet and form a strategic plan, and we charge our manager and our assistant town manager to execute our plan. And in doing so, the manager has come back and leadership to say, listen, this is what we want to see. We want to see some more task forces formed, and so that we can charge them to do specific things and come back with recommendations. We're not looking to get rid of people. We're not looking to make less of our citizens. We want to make our citizens more time valued. So I think with that, the committee started to go down the list, and this is the beginning of our recommendations. They're just recommendations. The council can discuss and decide not to, but I think with regards to renewable energy, I think the last agenda item tonight speaks to incorporating the renewable energy charge or portions of the renewable energy charge into a new infrastructure and energy committee. Perhaps modernizing it. And I think the impetus for that is to align the Renewable Energy Commission's charges more closely with the Department of Public Works, because they execute and they're the ones that are responsible for gathering the grants, gathering the plans, and developing all of our solar arrays. You know, this was done through the Department of Public Works and facilitated through them. So this new committee would have a portion of it be looking at specifics with regards to energy, all types of energy, renewable resources. The Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, I have a hard time with this one. I'm liaison to this committee, and I do see how much this committee has put into assisting the town, specifically with regards to the open space and recreation plan. This town spent money on a consultant to assist in that rewrite, and I'll have to say I was pretty disappointed by the quality of work that came out of a paid contractor. And it was really the committee and their due diligence in looking over that plan that assisted planning and development to come up with a pretty good document. And I know it passed through a lot of other boards, but I'm not sure who read it and who didn't, but that's neither here nor there. So I have some concerns with regards to getting rid of land acquisition, which was formed years ago. We have seen a lot of conservation restrictions come and be placed on parcels of land, and that is supposed to be a function of the Conservation Commission to review conservation restrictions. That Conservation Commission spends an awful lot of time, and most of their time, on regulatory and dealing with DEP regulations. So, whether or not a new committee can be formed, an open space committee, to protect our open space and make sure that our pathways, are promoted and whatnot. I certainly would be in favor of exploring that. But so I don't know if any of my fellow committee members want to add anything to it, but that would be it.
Councilor Levesque?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was very well put, and thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want to maybe just reiterate, being on just, newly elected back in November and seeing and being encouraged by so many great people that come before the Appointments Committee, and being able to meet and interview and find out, where people are from, where they're educated, and what their passions are to help the community. I never thought in any way when we were streamlining the idea of combining and trying to get a greater synergy together between these groups that things were going to be lost. If anything, it would get more people at the same table to try to, expedite quicker and, again, use staff's time instead of there, again, being that redundancy. Well, that was already covered and we have to wait for this. Instead, everybody's at the same table, and that idea, and, especially in regards to the renewable energy, it's no way, shape, or form that the town would have a less of a passion for renewable energy. And I appreciate Joyce taking the ride down 28, 6 miles, as she said, to say that somehow, some way, we're not going to be applying for these grants. That's just silly. If anything, I hope it's more efficient and we're applying for more grants to get better energy options in this and become just as green as we would have if we stayed, if not more so. So the idea is to become more efficient. The idea isn't to abandon these different ideas and passions of the people who so faithfully have served this town. So again, it's not a takeaway. My hope in the way it was presented and understood by myself was that it was something that we'd be able to move forward and, again, work together more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Neary?
Thank you, Mr. President. Kind of reiterate what our chairperson said. It's really a treat to be able to interview and speak with the incredible knowledge of people that apply and sit on all the committees throughout the town. I was particularly happy to see Mr. Starr appeared at our last appointments meeting, maybe to get a kind of a feel of the road or a lay of the land, so to speak, as to how the process operates. With regard to that committee, I think that should the votes carry and this new committee be formed, it is truly my belief that it will bring renewable energy, I guess, maybe more to the table, where you'll have an opportunity to really kind of meet with the boots on the ground. And I'm not trying to minimize what the committee has done in the past, because obviously it's the work that you've done it speaks for itself. It's excellent. But I do believe that it will give that committee actually a stronger position where you'll be tied more closely to the town. Now, maybe I'm naive in saying it. What I really look forward to coming is the vetting process, for lack of a better word, for this new committee. This committee is going to hold sway. This is going to be a very, very important committee in the town, arguably one of the most important committees in the town. And I guess what I'm asking is that we're going from roughly 8 members down to 7, 18 down to 7. And of those 7, we hope that at least I hope we can get feedback from those committees of who, in a way, you would like to put forward, and we hope that you will. We hope that there won't be a dissatisfaction and then maybe a stepping back of participation. As everyone should be aware, I hope you are aware, that anyone can sit at these meetings. Obviously, the committee members run the meeting and control votes when they come to, but Allison and Gordon, and we need to rely on you to bring forward those names, should this pass. But I truly believe that by forming this committee, it will bring it more kind of under the roof, so to speak, of the town. And I think many of the committees that we heard from may or may not have felt that they really were not being heard. Maybe they were kind of, maybe there wasn't a good enough give and take between the town. And I think that also falls under the guise of so many committees, it becomes, to a degree, it can become unmanageable. So with that said, that is my hope. I know it's Councilor Levesque's hope and certainly a chair's hope that there'll be kind of a synergy with the process. And I hope you take that to heart. I really believe it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to thank the Appointments Committee for their work on this. And we're going to discuss each one of these items in turn, but I just wanted to give the Appointments Committee an opportunity to kind of just go through kind of the thought process that's gone on over these past few months. And just to kind of reiterate one thing that was said, in reviewing the surveys that went out to all the committees, probably about 20% of the committees bothered to send something back, but a common theme in that was a sense of just meeting for the sake of meeting. So a lot of this effort was undertaken with the idea of making the volunteers' time more impactful to move things forward that they want to advise the council and manager on. So that was really a highlight of this effort. So with that, we will start on the items. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Dagwan, go ahead.
Yes, as a member of the Appointments Committee, I had some real concerns about the fact that we talk about people who have done excellent work, and we've decided to somewhat disregard that and move past it. We looked at this at the beginning. The thrust was that we did have committees that were not having quorums, and that doesn't mean all of the committee, but there was quite a few committees that just were struggling with memberships not meeting at all. As the chair said, there were committees that just hadn't met at all, and I agree. Those types of committees should be eliminated, should be looked at. I am concerned, and I was concerned about the process. I think it's important to give people time for change. I'm an educator, and history has told me, and we've learned through research that it takes a good 3 years for change, for people to accept the change, and for people to allow people to phase into a change. Not the change is going to come. It's going to happen. Duplication, we definitely don't need that. And we definitely heard back from some of the leadership and from some of the major departments that said, we're already doing this. I think looking at some of the other issues, I felt there were committees that were stepping over their bounds, were not necessarily following their charter or their charge. That's very important. But there were others who have been very beneficial to the town. And I think to see the people that came out tonight and have been coming out the last few meetings, just the response we've gotten about this says a lot. I think we do have to respect people that put a lot of time and effort in. As the ranking member of the Appointments Committee, I've been on it the longest. And so I've seen it over the past years. And I've seen many of these committees have done some really, really good jobs, great jobs. I just think the things truly have to be transparent. We talk transparency, we have to really be transparent. We have to give people an opportunity to respond to change. And I'm hoping that tonight, through this process, through the hearings, that that'll be something that we will take into consideration, because it is the public that's hires, supports us, votes for us, and we have to take their views into consideration. But I agree that there are some committees that we definitely need to, we had to just terminate. They just really were duplicating responsibilities and ineffective, maybe too large, and some just weren't meeting at all. So I think we can come together as a group tonight and make an informed decision based on our citizenry here tonight. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's take up the items. I'm actually going to take the item under new business out of order. Councilor Rapkosedy, this is just a first read. Could you please read item 2018-177 and just kind of read through it in its entirety and refer it to a second read on July 19th, please?
Thank you. This is new business. Item 2018-177, first reading, refer to a second reading to July 19th, 2018. Amend Section 241-30 of the Barnstable Administrative Code Public Works Commission to create an Infrastructure and Energy Committee and repeal Section 241-36 of the Administrative Code Water Pollution Control Board. Ordered that Section 1, the Town Council hereby amends the Administrative Code by striking Section 241-30 Public Works Commission in its entirety and by substituting in place thereof the following: subsection 241-30 Infrastructure and Energy Committee. Term of office: there shall be an Infrastructure and Energy Committee consisting of 7 regular members. Members of the Infrastructure and Energy Committee shall serve for terms of 3 years, so arranged that as equal a number of terms as possible shall expire each year. B, authorities and responsibilities. The Infrastructure and Energy Committee is a standing committee serving as an advisory board to the Town Council, Town Manager, and Department of Public Works. The committee's charge is to 1, provide the Town Manager and the Director of Public Works with recommendations concerning the development of rules and regulations for the maintenance and sanitary operation of the solid waste transfer station, water pollution control facilities, public roads, bridges, sidewalks, parking lots, parks, bulkheads, docks, town landings, beaches, playgrounds, recreation, conservation areas, cemeteries, town forests, and public buildings excluding schools. 2, recommend viable methods for achieving energy conservation and for utilizing renewable sources of energy within the town. 3, promote energy efficiency programs available through the Cape Light Compact in residential and commercial sectors. C, interrelationships. 1, Town Council. The Infrastructure and Energy Committee interacts with the Town Council to advise the Council on those policies and legislative matters concerning public works and energy conservation and renewable energy activities within the town. 2, Town Manager. The Infrastructure and Energy Committee provides the manager with recommendations in order to accomplish and effectuate its mission. 3, other boards. The Infrastructure and Energy Committee interacts as necessary with any town board requiring or requesting assistance in matters of public works and energy conservation and renewable energy activities in the town. Section 2, the Town Council hereby amends the Administrative Code by repealing subsection 241-36 Water Pollution Control Board, as written.
I have a second. All those are referring item 2018-177 to a second read on July 19th, 2018. And let's, well, keep the hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11, and those opposed? 3. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 10, and you got it. You can see everybody better. I get a lot of half hands, you know? All right, let's see. I'm going to go, Counselor Dagwan, could you please read item 2018-154? Under old business, I believe it's page 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2018-154, repeal of section 241 to 44.1 of the Town of Barnstable Administrative Code, Agricultural Commission. This may be acted upon, requires a majority vote.
All right, I have a second. Is council discussion on this item? Councilor Cullum?
Yes, for a point of information, when was the last time this committee met?
Councilor Wallace?
As a liaison to the committee, the last time this committee met was in 2014.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Hebert?
So they, were they fully, what do you call it, teamed up? Did they have enough people assigned to it to maintain it? No, okay. So it has not met, and it has not contributed to the community in any way, shape, or form, and has not acted as an advisory to this council or the town manager, correct?
Do you want to give the history on it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. With respect to the Agriculture Commission, Bill Pletner was the chair of this commission, and while they were meeting, they made 2 recommendations and advised the town to use the Danforth property for agricultural purposes, and also to possibly use the Payne Black House as a central location for a permanent farmer's market. Unfortunately, the Danforth property never came to fruition. I think that was their primary goal, was to get that under some sort of crops or livestock. That they didn't succeed at that. The chair of the committee resigned his position. 2 other individuals didn't ask for reappointment, and in the simplest possible terms, the wheels just came off the cart and nobody picked up the ball and ran with it.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just want to add on to that, just so people know, the Danforth property is over by the Marston's Mills Airport. It's a town-owned parcel. I believe it's 60 acres. And if that effort wanted to come forward again, that's certainly something that would come under, the Asset Management Committee. Councilor Hebert had a follow-up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, for a follow-up, Mr. President. So if the task of the commission, I think, would be mostly taken up by the Department of Public Health in terms of animals, animal waste, issues of health would be mostly taken care of currently by Board of Health. Am I correct?
I don't think it was that kind of farming, but go ahead, Councilor Wallace. You're the liaison.
Yep. Thank you. With respect to this committee, what they did primarily was educational in its nature. For instance, there was aquaculture, shellfish farming, beekeeping, and all sorts of other flower growing, and there was some livestock presentations that were made as to how to raise and grow horses, cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys, those sorts of things. Primarily, it was an educational group, and they had guest speakers almost at every meeting that came and talked to that commission about those things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
I'm just curious if this agricultural commission is eliminated with whatever the primary mission was, Councilor Wallace, as you described it, will it terminate, or will it be picked up and covered by another entity that reports to the town council? What is the plan for that?
it's a town-owned parcel, so it could go right under asset management, however they want to.
I'm talking about the responsibilities of the committee itself.
That was the main focus of the committee. That's why it was formed.
So beekeeping, how to raise chickens, how to raise turtles, how to raise whatever will go by the wayside.
The development of the Danforth property into farming was the main purpose it was created.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Crocker?
I guess what I'm hearing is the discussion that really comes to how we amend the administrative code if we find they need to mix with some other issue. We're very fortunate in the style of our Enabling Act and our political basis. We have the ability to bring forward the committee for first read and add it to the administrative code. So anything that changes through the administrative code is a two-read majority vote. So I would never say that, and we saw that the nominating committee put forward a motion to look at another combination, and I'm sure we could always bring anything forward when we see fit, and we can act very quickly, unlike some groups that have to wait till annual town meeting.
Councilor Flores?
Yes, I would hope that would be the case, even though this was sort of earmarked for a particular piece of property. I think the goals and the expectations of what that commission/committee did are still important within the community, still important within the town. So if we strike this and we change the code, so to speak, I think we still have to be cognizant that this has to be picked up somewhere within the town so that we still offer that particular service, that particular kind of advice.
Councilor Wallace?
With respect to some of the farming issues that the Agricultural Commission took care of, there are, for instance, the Shellfish Committee, which deals largely with shellfish farming and other types of fishing and aquaculture, as well as they wrestle with things like navigation and talk about things like that, which are a little bit of an extension of what their charge is. But with respect to the farming or agriculture within the town, it was very difficult for this committee to get any group to move any project forward that they had. They'd come with some ideas that I thought were very good. They wanted to actually farm outside of the fence around the airport because they thought the airport was a very ugly place, and that stretch, particularly along Route 28, would look better with crops growing around it. So that was one of the things that they wanted to do. But at the time, that was shot down by growth management because they thought that nobody in their right mind would ever want to farm near the airport. So they didn't allow that to go forward. And so a lot of the ideas that they had, and there were some good ones and honest ideas, are still there. Now, most of the agriculture that's happening are people that are within private organizations within the town, whether it's the Sheriff's Youth Ranch or down at the Sheriff's Farm out on Route 6A. These individuals are offering their knowledge and their wisdom to whoever wants to go there to learn. And you can find this in private locations all the time. As a matter of fact, the Meeting House Farm has classes monthly probably on how to farm different agricultural products as well as flowers, you know, and they do a very good job at it. So even though this commission won't be in existence anymore, the information and the knowledge and the education that you might want to expect to receive from that commission is still available within the town. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other councilors? Councilor Dagwan?
Excuse me, yes. I also think it's not fair to residents who apply, you know, pick up the application and apply to the town to be on one of these advisory boards, to see the Agriculture Committee as part of that application when that committee has not met at all. It's really somewhat discerning that I would, you know, come for, to apply for this committee, and it hasn't met in so many years. So it shouldn't be on the application, I think, at this point, so that people don't have the ability to apply for it and find that it's a non-existing committee. So I think to streamline things, this is one that should come off the application at this point.
Any other councilors? All those in favor of moving the question? That's
Roll call
unanimous.
vote, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilors Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Biedenbender,
Yes.
13.
Thank you for that. Councilor Rep Grissetti, could you please read item 2018-155?
This is old business may be acted upon majority vote. Item 2018-155, repeal of subsection 241-27 of the Town of Barnstable Administrative Code Personnel Board and amendments to Chapter 242 of the Barnstable Code Personnel and Chapter 401, Article 8 Personnel Regulations.
Second.
You don't need me to read the whole
No,
thing.
that's okay.
Okay, that's good.
Vice President
Wait,
Crocker?
Mr. President,
do you-
I rise to offer a friendly amendment to item 2018-155 to correct a Scrivener error. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to item number 218-155, section 3, fourth to the last paragraph, which references section 401 without referencing the proper section, which is section 401-93. So I move to amend the fourth to the last paragraph to represent.
The town clerk, you got that? Okay. Council discussion on this item? Councilor Rep Grissetti?
If I could just read some of the analysis, the duties that were charged to the Personnel Advisory Board were more necessary when the human resources function was provided by 2 to 3 employees. And the increase in the size and professionalization of the human resources operation over the past 15 to 20 years has rendered most, if not all, of the responsibilities of the Personnel Advisory Board redundant or no longer necessary. A testament to this is the fact the board has not met since July of 2016 due to a lack of quorum. During that time, Human Resources has been able to provide all the necessary advice, policy development, collective bargaining work, and job evaluation without any major issues.
Just clarifying one item. All right, because the Scrivener's error was presented as a amendment, we do technically take a vote on it. So I did have Councilor Hebert did second it. So all those in favor of the amendment as proposed? That's unanimous. All right, we'll continue discussion on the item. Any other councilors? Okay, all those in favor of moving the question?
Roll
As
call vote, please, Mr. President.
Yep, this is item 2018-155. All those in favor of this item as amended? Roll call.
Councilors Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Biedenbender,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you for that. Councilor Neary, could you please read item 2018-156?
Yes, Mr. President. This is old business and may be acted upon requiring a majority vote. Item number 2018-156, the repeal of Chapter 241-45.2 of the Town of Barnstable Administrative Code Renewable Energy Commission, as written.
I have have a second? Council discussion on this item? Councilor Biedenbender?
I have a few things I'd like to address here. The first is process. I was appointed as liaison to this committee in January, and I have attended four meetings, I believe, since then. So 5 months on the committee. And I have listened to the accomplishments that have been achieved by this committee over the past few years. I listened to their ideas for moving renewable energy initiatives into a priority position for the town. I have seen a group of engaged citizens who come from diverse, experienced backgrounds, who are the best of our human capital, coming to the table and offering themselves as a resource to the town on these issues. So that said, I was quite surprised when on Tuesday, June 4th at 9:30 p.m. I received a phone call letting me know that 2 days later the committee to which I'm a liaison to was going to be dissolved. I found the lack of transparency a bit disturbing. If you go to the website, if you look up the appointments committee, you don't even see. So I'm from a citizen's perspective, you go to the website, you look at the appointments committee, and you don't even see a listing of a name, so you don't even know who serves on that committee. I then went into the minutes to see what I must have missed. Even though I don't serve on the appointments committee, I thought, well, let me do my homework. Maybe it's in there in the minutes and I missed it. And no, there is no reference to any conversation regarding the Renewable Energy Commission in those minutes. So it naturally had me question, gee, when did this conversation happen and how did it go, and where did the appointments committee come up with their rationale for the dissolution of this commission? So I thought, well, you know what, maybe there's going to be a rationale coming out someplace, but I notice even in this packet there isn't a rationale. So I'm still begging the question of what the rationale is. But my first major issue is with the process of this, which I found very disturbing and disheartening. So it was a very uncomfortable. It put me in a very awkward position to find out 2 days before the first read of this that the commission that I was serving on was going to be dissolved, and then have to reach out to the chair and explain to them, just so you know, this is what's going on, and I have no understanding why. Other than that, I was told that has to do with increasing efficiencies, reducing redundancies, so on and so forth. That's not that specific, to be honest with you. Now, I understand something like an agricultural commission, when they haven't been meeting since 2014 and their original charge went away shortly after. That makes sense to me. This is no agricultural commission. So it begs the question as to why. I heard a comment made about lack of focus in regards to some of these committees. And my response to that is, if these committees are supposed to be serving in partnership with the town, I look at that as a failure of leadership from the town, from various levels, of not engaging with these committees in such a way that helped them, give them the focus that they might have needed. So to talk about the Renewable Energy Commission specifically, we are at a point in time where renewable energy is really at the forefront of where we should be thinking. And as Sue Truitt mentioned, we have Vineyard Wind coming into our backyard, whether it goes through Yarmouth or Barnstable, doesn't matter. It is in our backyard, and we have the opportunity to take a leadership role in all of this. And as the lovely woman who came from Yarmouth mentioned, they look to Barnstable as a leader on this. Now, I've heard some comments made regarding this potential new committee that's going to be formed that basically subsumes 3 other committees, that renewable will still be at the front and center. I really doubt that. I really struggle with feeling complete confidence that that is what's going to happen. When you think of hard assets and DPW and the big issues like sewering and infrastructure that they have to deal with, somehow I think things like green communities and energy efficiencies just don't rise to the priority position that they would with a commission that is charged with keeping that front and center. And what I would also be concerned with is just the renewable energy piece basically just getting pushed to the side on this new formed committee. So I have a problem with the process. I have the problem with how this is going to roll out and what this is going to look like. You know, you have a committee of folks serving on the Renewable Energy Commission that, you know, you've already plainly said we're going from 18 to 8 people, and now you're going to ask them after you've just disbanded them, you know, would you be so kind as to offer up 2 names? I almost find that insulting. So anyway, that's where I sit on this issue. I'm really just troubled by how this whole thing went down and disturbed by it, and I will not be voting for pushing this committee out the door. And I want to thank the committee for all the work that they've done. Thank you.
Councilor Rapcorsetti?
I'd like to respond with regard to the process. On the 16th, well, actually, it was the meeting prior to the 16th of May, the general discussion about all the committees took place, and I believe that's reflected in the minutes. On May 16th, when we did have our meeting, about 30 minutes into the tape, and the tape is available at the council office, and thankfully, one of the members of Renewable Energy came to our meeting Tuesday and said he didn't see in the minutes where we discussed the renewable energy. And I said, well, I know we did because I have the paperwork, and I do have all the paperwork of the proposed repeal and the listing, and I knew we had discussed and voted on it. However, when I looked back at our minutes, every board was discussed and noted except for renewable energy. So I've asked the town council administrator to draft an amended minutes so that at our next meeting we can reflect the discussion that took place. And I guarantee you, I think all my fellow members can attest that we did discuss that. And we didn't vote on it when we discussed it because town attorney Weil had to leave the meeting to go upstairs to get the paperwork to bring back to the meeting. So we deferred action on the item until the very end of the meeting. So all that is reflected and will be reflected in the amended minutes of our meeting. So just for the process on that.
Any other councilors? Councilor Cullum?
Yeah, I also have a really hard time with the way people in the committee were notified or not notified, and the 3-question survey that was sent out. And I just feel like these people are volunteering their time, some of them for years at a time. I mean, Allison's been on that committee forever, and that's precious energy that she could be spending with her family, that she could be spending making money as an architect. And to just, you know, cast it aside, which is what this really feels like from their perspective, is it just leaves me with a hole in my heart. Because quite frankly, I mean, I've been needing a little bit of wind in my sails to do this job for a while, and tonight was really heartwarming to see people come and fight for committees that they believe so strongly in. And, you know, I just feel like it's wasteful of their energy. I think it isolates people, and I just really think that things like this should be more inclusive. We should go to renewable energy and say, so we're thinking about cutting your committee. Let's talk. And then come up with something with them, and it wouldn't feel like it's done in a vacuum, but this does feel like it's done in a vacuum, and I just can't support it. I'm sorry.
Any other councilors? Councilor Tinsley?
Thank you, Mr. President. When I won't discuss process or any of that, I've been up here for 10 years, so I've seen a lot of things that have surprised me and not seen things. I was also on the Appointments Committee for my first 2 years on the position, and as they all said, it was, that was probably one of my favorite things I've done in 10 years, is seeing everyone come out and who believe so strongly in this. But there's two main reasons I can't support this. First, going back to Mr. President's comment that meeting for the sake of meeting, this is definitely not a committee that's meeting just for the sake of meeting. So it doesn't pass that test. And when I look at what we pushed forward in the first reading, as it was already brought up, the new committee that may be formed, we look at 1, 2, and 3. 1 by itself, and it's been brought up, that will take up the majority of it. Renewable energy is first and foremost to me one of the very most important things on our plate, besides the water that we stand on every day. And the fact that they're fighting for it so hard, they've done so much for us already. We have people outside of our town bringing it up, and I've never received so many emails and phone calls than I have in the last week, in a very, very long time. So I too can't support it. I think they do a great job, and I still think we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Oh, Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. The process aside, to take such a committed committee and blend it in with, these are two major efforts that we have: wastewater and energy, renewable energy. The things that you can do with renewable energy to solve wastewater
Correct.
is crucial to us. And so to blend those two together, instead of keeping them both strong. Anybody who can read body language and look at Allison right now, I would be ashamed to continue to consider myself as a town councilor if I voted in favor of this. This is a blow to our citizens who, from the day I started working on this town council, the talent, the creativity, the energy that our citizens put into helping us to run this town and to advise us and to advise town manager is absolutely, we are so blessed. And if we proceed with this kind of activity of taking some committee that's been so outstandingly powerful and contributing to us and abolish them, even though we say we're going to combine them, is really, I think, hurtful, and I don't think that the public will believe that we would do this. And so I will be strongly voting against it.
Thank you. Vice President Crocker.
Thank you. Every once in a while, having history can help the process, and I have the history here. I have the length amongst my counselors, and I've never worked with a better board. I've never thought that I had a board that was more conscientious than this board. But we're at a crossroad where we have to think of the issues and make choices that are good for the town going forward. I'm not here to speak about the process. Everybody should feel what they say about the process. I've seen this process so many different ways, as Councilor Tinsley said, and it's really shocking, it's really great, it's really moving, it's really difficult. It's all of that and then some, so thank you, Councilor Tinsley, you're right on the money there. What we have, though, is we have a history of being conscientious of energy long, long before the committee. And it happens to start off with that guy in the back who's now our manager. He brought us the first energy projects in Barnstable, the windmills out at there. That was, they hate to have me say this, but that was Obama money. That was get your shovel ready, get something good, and make it work against something else. That's how we got windmills out at the station. When we negotiated the biggest to date, I believe, photo array, that was that counselor over there, and I happen to help her, though. We went in when the county was trying to structure itself with photo arrays, and how do we handle it, and how will we advance? And that's a case where you're talking about people like Mark when he headed up the DPW. That's someone on the inside who has the ability to match it to capital and make something happen. When Councilor Kennedy and I worked on the photo arrays, we were able to vote on capital and make something happen. The restructuring that's being offered here tonight is talking about tying it to a very integral part of the most energy efficient group on Cape Cod, that's our DPW. B, tying it to a budget, it is the second largest budget in the town. And C, finding the commitment of the chair and this body. Now, if you don't believe in any of that, then it isn't about whether you'd be embarrassed as a councilor to vote for this. It's about whether or not you believe in us and in the process. We're gonna make this work. Who here doesn't have some energy in their bones? Who here doesn't have some energy aspect in their house? Come on, we're talking like we're just dropping a dump truck outside. This is a restructuring. That's all this is. We've got people at the very top committed. You've got councilors very committed. These councilors here are very committed, even though they may not vote for it. They're very committed. So this isn't about people who aren't committed. This is about a restructuring. And I hope we look at it in that way and we go forward. Not backwards, not slam each other, not talk ugly. Let's just go forward. Let's do something good. Let's try something. This is in our administrative code. 2 meetings and we can change it all. If you don't like it, 2 meetings, we can change it all. Bang us every single meeting that's not working, let us know. But let's try something. And remember, energy started with Mark Ells, not with this committee. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Schnapp?
I guess I'd like to beg to differ with Councilman Crocker that I see this as somewhat an end run of trying to avoid the conversation about the Green Communities Act in our town. And I do acknowledge that we are on the forefront of a lot of energy issues, and credit to the town manager, to staff, and the council for being ahead of the curve. But when it comes to things that might start sounding a little controversial, I think we want to maybe take a sidestep. And if we take our committee that is viable as currently structured and put it into another one, those voices are going to be quieted. So that's why I'm not going to be supporting this repeal.
Just want to politely correct my fellow councilor on the Green Communities Act. That discussion is taking place. The liaison to the Renewable Energy Commission, Councilor Biedenbender, has brought that forward, and it has been communicated to her, to the committee, that the manager is looking at that with the building commissioner, and will be making a recommendation to this council. So that is incorrect that we're avoiding a conversation on it. It's very much underway. Any other councilors? I'm going to move the question. Go ahead. All right, I have a second to move the question.
Roll call vote, please.
This is item 2018-156.
Councilors Dagwan,
No.
Flores,
Yes.
Rap Cressetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
No.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
No.
Wallace,
Yes.
Biedenbender,
No.
Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum.
No.
That's 6 noes. Doesn't pass. Is it a 2/3 vote?
No, it's majority.
It says majority, then it passes.
It
Okay.
passes. All right, moving on to the next item, Councilor Wallace, picking on the Appointments Committee members. Councilor Wallace, could you please read item 2018-157?
Thank you, Mr. President. Old businesses may be acted upon. It's a simple majority vote. Item number 2018-157. This is the repeal of Chapter 241-44.5 of the Town of Barnstable Administrative Code, Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, as written.
Second. Thank you very much. Council discussion on this item? Councilor Biedenbender?
I'm going to have to share Councilor Rapcorsetti's feelings on this as well. This is like the Renewable Energy Commission, not a wallflower committee. They have not been meeting for just the sake of meeting, and interestingly enough, the irony of it, that town manager notes, point 6, was that the LAPC just helped draft the Open Space and Recreation Plan, which was a Herculean effort, and it sets forth the opportunities and priorities going forward. So this, again, you know, as Councilor Grissetti had mentioned, we have a great staff. We have a wonderful staff in conservation, but they do not have the resources, staff time, bodies in the building to get all the work that needs to get done in this regard. So I think this is another example where I do not agree with the dissolution of this committee, because I think it too serves far too great a service to the town.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Anyone?
Move the question.
All those in favor of moving the question?
Roll call vote, please.
All right, this is item 2018-157. Roll call, majority vote.
Councilors Flores,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti,
Pass.
Hebert,
No.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
No.
Wallace,
No.
Biedenbender,
No.
Crocker,
No.
Cullum,
No.
Dagwan.
No.
You want to stay with the pass, or would you like to vote?
No.
Thank you.
All right, does not
Does
pass.
not pass.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item. Counselor, let's see, Counselor Dagwan. Could you please read item 2018-158, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2018-158, amend Section 241-45.1A of the Administrative Code Amendment, Human Service Committee, by reducing the number of members from 9 to 7. This may be acted upon in a majority vote.
I have a second. Council discussion on this item? Counselor Tinsley?
Actually, as I was reading through these, this one I will definitely support. Several years ago, I convinced the pastor of my church to join and apply and join the Human Services Committee. And I was very embarrassed when he told me they could never get anything done because they couldn't get enough people to meet and get a quorum, and he ended up leaving as well, and I felt obviously horrible. So I think this is a good thing to do. Obviously reduces the quorum, so they can get some work done when they do meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Counselor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did a similar thing with the Housing Committee. We just couldn't seem to keep a quorum, so it made a lot of sense to reduce it. It was not a committee that we could easily dissolve because we act as the local oversight for initiatives on affordable housing. So if you eliminated that, we would lose that committee, the regulatory oversight. So this makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Any other counselors? Counselor Dagwan.
Yes, I got responses from members of this committee. You have some new members who felt that they did not want to see this committee reduced. They said there's a lot of work that Human Services covers, and therefore the more people, the more sort of subcommittees that can they have. Although I am in support of this. I've been a liaison to this committee for several years back, and it tended to have an issue with quorum. So this is something that I think we should move forward with to make sure, 'cause it's a very important committee. And so to not have quorums is a major issue. So I think that I will vote in favor of this, of reducing this committee tonight, though. But I wanted to share the feelings I heard from new members of the committee that they did not want to see this happen.
Any other counselors?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Take note that Councilor Beedenbender has left the dais.
Roll call, please.
Okay, this is item 2018-158, majority vote, roll call.
Counselors Rapcrissetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Tinsley.
Yes.
Wallace.
Yes.
Beedenbender.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes, also.
Cullum.
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
Flores.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
All right, thank you. Councilor Rapcrissetti, could you please read item 2018-164?
Old business may be acted upon. Item 2018-164, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that Town Council appoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Board of Assessors, William Gareffi, Centerville as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Board of Health, John Norman, Marston's Mills as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Planning Board, Stephen Costello, Osterville, regular member to term expiring 6/30/2021. Sandy Neck Board, Ann Kennedy, Comaquid as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Robert Lovell, Marston's Mills as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Thomas O'Neill, West Barnstable as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021 as written.
Second.
We have a second. Any council discussion on this item? Councilor Rapcrissetti.
Again, I want to thank everyone for coming out. You know, I don't know what the big interest in Sandy Neck Board, but we had 7 applications for 3 spots on the Sandy Neck Board. And we hold on to applications for 2 years. So they are in the file. And we just did this the other night. We pulled something from the file, called the person to see if they're interested in serving on a committee, and yes, they were still interested. We had just interviewed them 2 months ago, so we put their name into the mix, and they were appointed to a committee, not this one. But I want to thank everyone for coming out and volunteering. And I know the process is difficult, especially with regard to reappointment. I think going forward, rather than relying on the chairs of committees to gather signatures for reappointment, it's going to fall on each committee member, just like it is for you to come in and interview for your position. You'll have to respond to the office whether or not you're interested in being reappointed. So make sure that the email that you have given the town council administrator is correct, so that you can be notified when your term is coming due for your interest in being reappointed. And as was stated earlier, because just because you've expressed an interest in being reappointed does not assure you the fact that you will be reappointed. So that's just the way the process goes. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? What are you moving the question? Is that what you said? Oh, Councilor Wallace, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a constituent that came to the podium earlier in the evening, and they wanted to know of the people that were appointed or that weren't appointed, who actually interviewed. Rich French did. Tom O'Neill did. Yeah, Robert Lovell did. And there were 3 other people that I don't remember who they were. Ann Kennedy did not, and Wendy Paquette. I don't remember seeing Wendy Paquette for an interview. So to answer those questions, that's what transpired. I think she probably would want to know why I put Ann Kennedy's name forward for nomination to this committee, and without interviewing her. Now, that's a very easy and simple question for me to answer. I spent the first 2 years on this town council. The first year probably learning how to be a town councilor, and Ann was my primary teacher. But what we did together, we went and we were charged by the then town council president to be this town's representatives on the Cape and Island Selectmen and Councilors Beach Access Committee, which took quite a bit of time, and we met at the county courthouse. We came with plans as to how we could protect our northern border beaches, and Ann was instrumental in moving those plans forward. In addition to that, with very little help from the administration, Ann and I went to the CPC to ask them to give us a recommendation to use $295,000 for the purchase of 14.1 acres at Sandy Neck. We went through the process, we received the funding, we purchased the land, and now we have a contiguous park that runs all the way from the parking lot to the end. That was largely because of Ann and her hard work. In addition to that, Ann grew up, her family owned Millway. She's been there since a child. She lives right on the water and has to deal with her own barrier beach every day. If there's anyone that loves Sandy Neck more than Ann, I'd like to know who it is, or has been more active in protecting this place than Ann. I'd like to know who that person is as well, because every 208 meeting I went to, Ann was there. Whenever there was a situation where the beach was in question, we lobbied the Executive Office of Energy and the Environment and Energy, and when Matt Beaton came down, Ann was there to tell him the situations that we were dealing with at Sandy Neck, and he listened, and he moved some of these projects forward. So as far as putting people forward, I think we put very good people forward, and I look forward to liaisoning to the Sandy Neck Board with Ann as a member of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Flores.
As the other liaison to the Sandy Neck Advisory Board, first and foremost, I want to thank all of the folks who have served on the committee, in particular, Rich French, who has done yeoman's work for a number of years. You talk about folks who love Sandy Neck, probably the only person that might compete with Ann is probably Rich. He lives and breathes that particular piece of land, and we need to applaud him for the work that he has done. At the same time, I know Wendy Parquette in terms of what she has done, volunteering her services on that board, volunteering her time, effort, and energy in terms of the Beach Buggy Association and the cleanups that have been ongoing for so many years. We would be remiss if we did not publicly acknowledge the hard work that these folks have put forward over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Tinsley? All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. And this is item 2018-164. All those in favor of this item? All those opposed? Abstain? One abstention. All right. All right, moving on to item 2018-165. Councilor Rappacetti, could you please read that item?
This is old business may be acted upon. Item 2018-165, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council reappoints the following individuals to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. Cultural Commission, or excuse me, this should say Mid-Cape Cultural Council. Kimberly Rumberger as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021, and Georgia Kreth as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021 may be acted upon.
Do I have a second? Council discussion on this item? Anyone gonna move the question? Do I have a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2018-165. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. All right, moving under new business now. Let's see, Counselor. Oh, yeah, it is almost 11. Do I have a motion to go past 11 o'clock? All those in favor of going past 11 p.m.? All those opposed? One in opposition. All right. Counselor Tinsley, can you read the next item? Item 2018-167, and refer to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018, please.
Why don't I have it? That's odd. All right.
Page 17.
Yeah, I don't have a 17. I really don't. All right. All right, through you, Mr. President. New business, refer to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018, item number 2018-167, appropriation and loan order in the amount of $29,000 pursuant to temporary repair to private roads program regarding Laura Road in Centerville as written.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2018-167 to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018? And that is unanimous, and Councilor Hebert has left the dais. Councilor Wallace, could you please read item 2018-168?
Yes, Mr. President, this is new business, may be acted upon. Item number 2018-168. Resolve authorizing the sale of tax possession parcels.
I have a second, and I believe the Assistant Town Manager is making his way to the podium. Good to see you, Andy.
Good evening, Andy Clyburn, Assistant Town Manager. On 29 January 2018, the Town of Barnstable issued a request for proposal listing 23 tax possession parcels for sale. An information session was conducted on 28 February 2018 for all prospective interested parties. On 28 March 2018, bids were received for 22 of the 23 parcels. 2 of the 22 parcels were found to have unresolved title issues. Therefore, 20 tax possession parcels are being sold by the Town of Barnstable through 16 separate transactions. This item authorizes the Assistant Town Manager to dispose of all right, title, and interest in surplus town land, and to execute and deliver any and all documents necessary in accordance with the terms of this order. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andy. Any councilor questions? Vice President Crocker?
Please let the minutes reflect I left the podium, stepped down. Thank you.
Okay. Any other councilors have questions? Councilor Tinsley.
I do have just one quick question. In the column here, price not less than, is that the actual price they paid, or is it just, it could be more than that?
We will not sell it for less than that. That is the current high bid price. We did have a couple where the high bids came in with conditions, so we didn't take the high bid. We took the second high bid. But right now, these are the exact prices that we plan, that we have negotiated PNS agreements that we plan on signing. If this goes through this evening, in July, we plan on closing on all 20 parcels.
Any other councilors? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. And again, note Vice President Crocker is off the dais. So this is item 2018-168. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate all the work. All right. And Councilor Cullum is off the dais, yep. Councilor Schnepp, could you please read item 2018-169 on page 21?
Yes, this is new business that may be acted upon. Item number 2018-169, acceptance of a $50,000 grant from the Massachusetts Department of Mental Health.
I have a second. Good to see you. Go ahead. That's fine. Is your mic on? Green light?
I'll start over.
Yeah.
Just looking at for a $50,000 grant from the Department of Mental Health. We've had this grant since December of 2014.
You gotta identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We know
sorry.
who you are.
I'm tired.
It's all right. We can start. Let's do take 3.
Sergeant Jennifer Ellis from the Barnstable Police Department. I'm looking for acceptance of a $50,000 grant from the Department of Mental Health to continue our innovative jail diversion program that we run through the Community Impact Unit. Specifically, the grant will be used to train 4 police officers in crisis intervention team training. It's 40-hour training. 1 police officer to become a mental health first aid instructor to give instruction to other first responders in the town of Barnstable and across the Cape. 16 police officers would take, in Barnstable, will take the 8-hour mental health first aid class, and it will provide outreach to persons in mental health crisis and or drug addiction recovery with Gosnold and a Bay Cove clinician. Also, it will fund supervisory planning and stakeholder meetings with Barnstable police officers that are trained in CCIT and outreach agencies to provide wraparound services to people that are homeless, suffering from mental illness and or drug abuse in the town of Barnstable.
Great, thank you. Councilor, questions on this? Councilor Schnapp?
This is a great program, and I think we should definitely accept the grant.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018-169. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Always good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see everybody.
All right, moving on. I think the next few items are our town clerk. So we'll start with, let's see, Councilor, who hasn't read tonight? Councilor Levesque. You can read one.
170, correct?
Yeah, 2018-170, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business and may be acted upon. This is item number 2018-170. Resolved to change Precinct 1 polling location to the Zion Baptist Church, located at 805 Addicks Lane, Hyannis, Mass. 02601.
I have a second. Madam Clerk, did you have anything you wanted to say? I know you gave us a report last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Yes, well, nothing's changed from that report. We're taking this initiative. It's for the safety of the children, first of all, in the public schools. We don't have, in a lot of cases, a separate entrance into the school, and then when they do use a separate entrance, it's not ADA compliant. So we have to be very, very careful of that, and we are moving forward to make sure that where we go, it's ADA compliant and it is not in the public schools. So I went out to both of the locations that you're going to hear about tonight again, and I had Tammy Cunningham with me, who is our ADA person here, and we checked everything out, and it's a perfect location. It is huge. There's many, many, many parking spaces for handicapped as well as regular parking spaces. And I know that this is a big change, but Addicks Lane is in Precinct 1. And I worked very hard at getting this, and as a matter of fact, I have to thank Rich French because he did a lot of legwork for me too. So it is, if people have a problem and they can't get to the polls, they can always do absentee balloting. And for the November election, there'll also be early voting, but they'll have to come to Hyannis to do early voting. Okay?
Thank you for that. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ann, for that presentation. First issue is that on the printing of the article itself, the address is misspelled, so I want to be sure that we're clear that it's Addicks Lane. But that's the minimal issue that I have. I'm still very concerned that we are moving polling precinct locations in the town. I want to be sure, and I want to see in writing, and I want to see a report that we have a specific public relations plan to let people know, beginning immediately, that these polling places have changed locations. You know, I think it's a glib remark to say if they don't want to go there, they can come down here. I think it's more than that. We have an obligation to make sure that people in every precinct in this community knows exactly where it is that they are voting. For years, the people in Precinct 1 have voted at BWB. I still don't agree with the decision that's coming forward here this evening. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on it, but I will say, if it does pass, that it's incumbent that we have a formidable plan to make people know where they are voting. Thank you.
Well, I can assure you that we do, because I have to follow Massachusetts general laws. And the general law says that I must send a postcard out to my voters in those precincts, and I've already got it set up. So those will be printed, and those will be sent out probably by next week.
Do you have their street addresses or their P.O. boxes?
We have both.
You have both, guaranteed.
Yeah, we all, on a voter list, you have to have both.
No, no, you don't.
Yes, on my voter list, I do. What you see at the precinct is not what I have.
I just want to be sure that most people who live in Precinct 1 have a P.O. box, that it's not going to their street address.
It won't go to their street address. It will go to their mailing address, which I do have. And there's also, I've already been on the TV once. I'm scheduled to go on Channel 18 again. And it's going to go into the newspapers. So I'll do press releases to the newspapers. Short of, I will have someone there at BWB the day of the election, the primary election, and they will be standing there all day to tell people that there's no voting there, and we will pay for that so that they can know where they have to go to vote.
And when does this all begin, this public relations plan?
It already has started. It
Yes.
started last week, and it will continue until everybody's notified.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Rappacetti?
Thank you. Ann, do we have to pay for these places?
Yes, one place we do.
Which place?
We are paying for the Zion Baptist Church.
And how much do we have to pay per
Per
election?
$400.
$400 per
Yeah.
election. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2018-170. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. All right. Council Flores, why don't you read the next item, 2018-171, please?
This is new business and it may be acted upon. It is item 2018-171. Resolved to change Precinct 10 polling location to the Seventh-day Adventist Community Building located at 2736 Falmouth Road, parentheses Route 28 in Marston's Mills, Massachusetts.
Go ahead.
Again, currently we are at the Barnstable United School for precincts 10 and 12. It's again, a situation where the school committee has asked us to get out of the public schools, and we're doing that. And actually, it was Paul Hebert, thank you, Paul, for giving me a contact to reach at the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and they are charging us nothing. They want to do this as their civic responsibility. They have a huge, beautiful new community building that's completely separate from the church, and they have, again, they have all the ADA compliant areas for us. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Any council discussion on this item? Councilor Wallace?
I have a question for the town clerk. has the Association of Town Clerks seen this trend happening nationwide, or is this something that just happens here in the town of Barnstable?
This doesn't happen just here. It's happening all over Massachusetts. Actually, I think if you talk to people, go to Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, it's happening everywhere. As a matter of fact, before the legislature right now, we have a bill as town clerks. We've put this bill through because in a lot of the towns, there is no place for them to have an election if they don't use the schools. Because there's a law on the books, a Mass General law, that says you cannot have an election in an establishment that sells alcohol. Whether they're selling it at the same time or not, it doesn't matter. Even if you're in a separate room, like I can't use the golf course because they sell alcohol at the golf course. So this is one of those situations, and people are pushing to get us out, and they have no place to go. So that currently is at the legislature, trying to get places like a Kiwanis or an Elks or you name it, one of those buildings where they have separate rooms where you can have an election.
As Ann is well aware of, in Precinct 11, we've had a number of issues with our polling place. First, we had the ADA, and the state came down. They shut us down, and we got all that fixed up as best we could, and at a very high cost to the town, mind you. And then the Fed came down on Super Tuesday and shut us down again. But this time, the costs were so prohibitive that we had to move our polling place, and we've moved it to the firehouse, and we've moved it in shared BWB with Precinct 1. And on both occasions, I can tell you there were so very few people that were confused about where to go to vote, that the coverage that the town clerk's office makes and the effort they make to make sure that everyone is informed as to where to go and where to vote, it is very effective. So thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Move the question. Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018-171. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Councilor Wallace, why don't you read item 2018-172, please?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business that may be acted upon. It's item number 2018-172. Resolved to change Precinct 12 polling location to the Seventh-day Adventist Community Building located at 2736 Falmouth Road, Route 28, Marsden's Mills, Massachusetts. Didn't it just?
I have a second. Any-
Two different precincts, same location.
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2018-172. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Neary, could you please read item 2018-173 and refer to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018?
Yes, Mr. President, this is new business, which will be referred to at a public hearing July 19th, 2018. It's item number 2018-173, the appropriation and loan order in the amount of $4,425,000 for the construction of a water filtration plant at the Maher well field, as written.
All those in favor of referring item 2018-173 to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Councilor Cullum, could you please read item 2018-174 and refer to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018?
Yes, I'd like to refer to a public hearing on 7/19/2018, item number 2018-174, appropriation order in the amount of $700,000 community preservation funds for rehabilitation of Judy Walden's Sacrifice Field at McKeon Park in Hyannis, as written.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2018-174 to a public hearing on July 19th, 2018? And that is unanimous. And All right. Next item up, 2018-175. Counselor Biedenbender, could you please read that item?
All right, this is item number 2018-175, acceptance of grant in the amount of $35,500 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for the purpose of hiring a qualified professional to conduct municipal vulnerability preparedness planning to achieve MVP climate community designation.
Thank you for that. And we have our Director of Planning and Economic Development, Elizabeth Jenkins. Welcome.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, Councilors. A pleasure to see you. I'm here to request acceptance of the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Climate Resiliency Planning Grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs in the amount of $35,500. The town was one of 82 communities across the Commonwealth to be awarded this grant. Funding will be used to conduct a natural hazard vulnerability assessment and develop priority actions to address priority hazards identified by the plan. The MVB program will be led in the town by a core team of town staff who will engage key community stakeholders. Technical assistance will be delivered by a state-certified MVP provider using a standardized toolkit for assessing vulnerability and developing strategies and newly developed climate change projections and data from the state. Upon successful completion of the program, the town will be designated as a municipal vulnerability preparedness community, which will enable us to compete in the MVP Action Grant Program to fund priority capital projects identified in the planning process. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any council discussion on this item? Questions? Councilor Biedenbender?
I just want to say I'm really glad we're doing this and moving forward on this. Congratulations.
Vice President Crocker?
May I ask who wrote the grant, please, or requested the grant?
Sure. The Planning and Development Department took the lead in writing the grant application. The scope was very prescribed by the state, but in preparing the application, I worked with a staff team from the Department of Public Works, MEA, and other departments to start planning for the opportunity.
Please thank everyone for us.
Councilor Rapcorsetti?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Some years ago, when I first became a counselor, we had focus groups talking about climate change and adapting to that. How is this related to that, and is it going to dovetail onto what was captured in those sessions, and can you just fill me in on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for asking. So certainly the town of Barnstable is not new to hazard mitigation planning or climate change planning. So we have two major efforts, one that was recently completed and one that's actually in process that this will help complete. The town of Barnstable is very fortunate to be a partner with a number of community and educational organizations back in 2014 to do a climate change risk assessment for the town of Barnstable that was really focused on community outreach and public engagement, attitudes around how the town government should respond to potential changes in climate change vulnerability. The results of that study, overwhelmingly, I think close to 85% of the people who were participated in that process said that the town of Barnstable should take the impacts of climate change into consideration when we make decisions here in the town. So again, it was to engage community attitudes around responding to climate change. The other piece that we always do is a hazard mitigation plan. So we are asked by the state through a prescribed process, much like this one, to keep a local hazard mitigation plan up to date. We are actually a little bit remiss in ours. It expired, I think, last year. We do have the majority of that work done. We really just have to push it over the finish line. So this engagement process will be an excellent opportunity to reach back out to the community, make sure all of that data in that draft plan is correct. And then we will have a certified multi-hazard mitigation plan on file as well, which the benefit of that also is allowing us access to additional capital funding from state and federal agencies.
Thank you, and I'm glad to see that something that was previously done is not just being shelved, but it's being used.
Yeah, we were actually awarded a supplemental amount, so there was kind of a formula amount that was awarded under this. Again, we were one of 82 communities. The town of Barnstable was actually awarded a supplemental amount in recognition of that work that we had done to update those assessments and to really build off of that work and make sure that what comes out of this process are very key prioritized actions in the town that will be implementable through grants and other opportunities.
Any other counselors? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2018-175. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Thank you, Elizabeth. Vice President Crocker, could you please read item 2018-176 and refer to a second read on July 19th, please?
Yes, Mr. President, on the new business, first reading referred out to July 17th. 2018-176, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council appoints the following individuals to multi-member boards, committee, commissions. Board of Health, F.P. Tom Lee of Marston's Mills as a regular member, term to expire 6/30/21. Disability Commission, Sarah Nicholson of Hyannis as a regular member to the term expiring 6/30/21. Shellfish Committee, Jacob Angelo Katuit as a member at large to a term expiring 6/30/21. Robert Lancaster Katuit as a regular member holding a family permit to a term expiring 6/30/21. William Shumway, Centerville as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/21.
Councilor Rappacetti?
Yes, Mr. President. I need to make a friendly amendment to change out on F.P. Tom Lee's appointment. On page 36, it should say Putnam Avenue, Marston's Mills, but the most important thing is we appointed him as an alternate member to the Board of Health. So that would be my amendment, to change regular to not alternate, but associate member of the Board of Health, and to correct road to avenue.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor of the amendment as proposed? And that's unanimous. This is item 2018-176. All those in favor of referring this item to a second read on July 19th, 2018 as amended? And that is unanimous. Councilor Rappacetti, could you please read item 2018-1? Oh, we already did that one. That's it. Great.
We do 167?
Yeah, we did.
We did that?
We did. Yep. All right, so that ends the orders of the day. Our next regular meeting is Thursday, July 19th, 2018. Hope everyone has a great and safe July 4th. Do I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you, folks.